Is July 11th, 2024. It is approximately 6 p.m. We currently have present all commissioners. And staff, if you would introduce yourself, please.
Charles Rose, City Manager.
Both Lincoln City Attorney.
Finance Director.
Christina Hyde, CRA Manager. Karen Hicks, City Clerk.
And then we've got, if you want to, Captain, if you want to introduce your table.
I'll first start with our Chief Deputy, Colonel Joe Wells, myself, Captain David Ussery, and this is Lieutenant Shannon with you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, if Commissioner Banks, if you would lead us in our invocation, please stand if you're able.
Once again, Father, we come to you to give you thanks and you praise and to give you glory for allowing us to be in another city commissioner meeting. We continue to ask for the prayers of our community and the adjacent around our community and the commission and the families and each and every one in attendance. We ask this in your son Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
And if we could do the pledge of allegiance, please.
I pray
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. I'm sure our commissioners feel the same way, like to look out there and see all the faces. We've got several announcements tonight. We can go through those. We've got starting, our Women's Club is going to have their yard and bake sale. It starts July 12th through 13th. If you drove by, they're setting up now, so it should start tomorrow from 9 to 4. Horvath, which is in the former Howie's Landing, they are having their grand opening this Saturday. They're going to have 2 car shows, live music, and it'll be from 10 to 7. So please, if you can, stop in. The Women's Club is having Bunko, July 17th at 1 o'clock. And then on July 18th at 6:30 p.m. at the Women's Club, they are hosting the primary election forum. And this is going to be for candidates that are going to be in this primary. And then they have their bingo, which is always a good time at the Women's Club. It's July 19th, and that starts at 5 o'clock. I believe bingo starts at 5:45. Be there early, get your card, and they do have food. And then it's my understanding that on July 26th, from 10 to noon, that our supervisor of elections will be here in City Hall to talk to anybody that is interested in qualifying to hold office here in Crescent City. Our qualifying is August 6th. Is that correct?
He's gonna be here August 6th.
He'll be here August 6th. Okay, okay, so he'll be here from 2 to 4 on August 6th to finish the qualifying for the candidates. So anybody that's interested in that, you might want to go ahead and reach out to him, but he will be here on July 26th. And with that, Bobby, it's a sad day for us. It's an exciting day for you. Tonight is Bobby's last city commission meeting. He has, moving on up. He is moving on up. He's going to tell us a little bit about where you're gonna be, Bobby.
Yeah, and so I was appointed by Governor DeSantis to the circuit bench in the 7th Circuit where we live, Putnam Flag Revolution, St. John's. I am assigned to juvenile dependency and delinquency in DeLand, and I start on July 22nd.
On July 22nd. Good. We're all so proud of Bobby. I hope you know that we are so proud of you that, you grew up here, you went away, and you came back. And you came back and you've given it your all here, and you have high aspirations, and you have worked hard for that. And you were thrown into city government. Literally thrown into city government. You wrapped your arms around it and you kept us safe. And so for that, we just are very appreciative, all of us, and you will be missed.
We'll go back anytime.
Now, Bobby, now's the time when you say, I'll miss y'all. Okay, so with that, we're going to, start with the approval of the minutes. Commissioners, you have the minutes in front of you. We've got the July 13th, 2024 CRA minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we accept as written necessary corrections.
Okay, do I have a second?
I will second that, but I have a question.
Okay,
So,
let's have discussion.
just to clarify by necessary corrections, the banks means the ones that I, asked the clerk to circulate to everybody yesterday. Okay.
I do have one on there, Karen, and for the commissioners, that on that third paragraph, where it says Charles Rudd stated in his city manager report, he mentioned part of the growth. We could take out, if everyone is okay with that, he mentioned that he stated that part of the growth.
Yeah, my only other comment was, I think we had Elizabeth Gomez's name.
That's in the next slide.
Right, I was on how we doing one at a time?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just looking at Commissioner DeVito's notes.
Oh,
So we're doing the CRA ones first?
yes, we're doing CRA.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioners, we have a proper motion and a second. Karen, would you please do a roll call?
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye, okay, so passed. And then let's move on to the July 13th, 2024. These are our regular meeting minutes. I know Commissioner DeVito, you submitted some changes. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to, approve the meeting minutes for June 13th, 2024 for the regular meeting, with the corrections that I submitted yesterday.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I second
Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
My discussion is that I agree with the direction on Liz Gomez's name. Some of the rest of this is semantics. I didn't really, saying that the Captain Red Sheriff's Report is pretty much the same as presented or reviewed. I don't know if we need to get hung up on small things like that.
Well, that's been a problem in the past.
Right, it seems to me that he gave, the sheriff's report, that's fine. And I don't think that it really matters whether it's presented or read or, given, or reviewed. So, I don't know, I think that most of these are just superfluous. And also, some of them we're adding words to things that I don't believe were said. If you're clarifying what you meant, but that wasn't what you said, I don't know why we need to change that. That's just my feelings, because on a few of these,
Well, do you have, my question is, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so I sent these to the clerk yesterday, she sent them around. I guess the assumption was if you felt something wasn't warranted, you could send your own, or, so which ones? I guess that's what I'm asking.
correcting Ms. Gomez's last name is obviously needs to be done, and Jenny's name was misspelled, and we fixed that. The rest of it, I think, is really unnecessary.
Well, actually, I don't. For example, clarifying that staff approves payment of the legal fees, clarifying that included the city attorney Bobby Pickens. He was asked specifically. I think that's very important that the attorney approves the payment of the legal fees and that we have that in the record.
What was that said?
Pardon?
Was that?
Yes,
That's in the motion though? Because
There was
Karen
no,
does motions word for word. So I would trust her.
So it's what I feel is that
that's not part of a motion.
Okay.
what you're getting at is that when we add words into this that Karen has not put on here, are they actual as it was spoken?
Right.
And you should be,
It should be as they're spoken.
As they're spoken.
She reports.
and that's been an issue in the past, and so that would require somebody to probably have to go back, or Karen go back and verify
Okay,
that we've added words.
but he's not talking about a motion.
You know,
Yes, sir.
Mayor, it's good to scrutinize the minutes, but I think that we spend a lot of time, unnecessary time, going over some of the minutes, which I think we should not. It takes so much time, biggest of the citizens be going home. And we still trying to change the I, which should be a E. And that's just uncalled for, I think. And I don't know what we can do to prevent all of that, killing a lot of time.
You have something, Commissioner Burton?
Well, I think, number one is this is all on Zoom. And I think if we can come up pretty close to what the minutes are, and if anyone has a question, they can basically look it right up on Zoom and answer that question for themselves. So I think that's probably the way it should be. It shouldn't be a novel, our minutes should not be a novel for everything that we say and do, whatever. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, Mayor, if I
Yes.
could respond to that, please.
He asked.
I think that's why we say with the necessary corrections. We kind of clear for that, and we need space in between there. So if there is any necessary corrections to be made. Not kill a lot of time discussing and going over it again.
Commissioner DeVito.
Yes, okay, these corrections are not a book. For the most part, I don't think they affect a motion. I read the minutes very carefully. There are places in them where, if someone is reading them, and again, when you take a class from the League of Cities and the attorney is telling you how business should be conducted in your city, they make it very clear that your minutes should be a good record of what happened so that people can look at them and see. So for example, spelling people's names correctly,
That's important.
not, right, not having abbreviations that a member of the general public might not know what they are, such as spelling out CRA the first time you see it, and spelling out things like capital improvement plan instead of just saying CIP. I think what I put in here is substantive, and so that when someone in the future reads it to find out what happened, perhaps 4 or 5 years in the future, there will be a clear explanation of what happened. And most of these changes, if any of them, do not affect a motion.
We do add information.
Yes, and
It
it's
wasn't
very
necessarily-
important.
But that's still not what was discussed. You're putting in information after the fact to make it more clear, yes, but, that's not what happened, not, the minutes are supposed to be a record of actions taken and what we discussed. You're putting in extra information that was not discussed or maybe not, specified. I agree with the changing of the spellings of names, but the rest of this seems unnecessary. I mean, it's just a basic saying a sentence in a different way. It seems kind of silly to me.
And we've been through this, and that's where we have to be very careful, isn't it?
Careful of what?
That we don't go down that same
Yeah, we're
road
not-
that we were on.
Okay. I think that Commissioner Lori is mischaracterizing the changes that I have requested. Some of them are the things that I specifically brought up. So, if the purpose of circulating proposed changes before the meeting is that someone else can review those changes and have changes they want before the meeting. So,
When you say
fine.
Commissioner DeVito moved, delete the words have 3 members for and replace with the 0.3 applicants has, that's a change in the motion. And she wrote down what she heard. So that seems to be unnecessary.
Okay, I currently have a motion on the table for the minutes accepted with the changes as presented from Commissioner Commissioner DeVito, and a second. At this time, the second was from Commissioner Banks. Karen, on that motion, can we do a roll call and then see where we are?
Commissioner Barton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
No,
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Um, Aye. Let me go on. So moved, it's approved. With that, I'm going to go ahead at this time, and I'm gonna open up for public comment. Please, do we have any, here we go. Okay, so these are the topics that are not listed on the agenda, and they will be heard at this time. If you would, please come forward. We've got Liz Gomez. And we have, if you would state your name and your address, please, and we, Karen will do the clock.
19 Cedar Street. Please, Lord Jesus, let me talk to the audience and commissioner and mayor in a place of love and compassion. Mayor, I saw you. I help you. I promise you that I will go to the bottom of this. I went on my side of town, once called Whitesville, and I talked to all my residents. My uncle was here from Massachusetts. My cousin is a senator in the Springfield, Massachusetts. My uncle was in the committee. He was a commissioner like you guys were a commissioner. He said, why do we not have a permit for this? I came to Karen Hayes and I asked, do we have a permit? She said, no. He said, we need a permit for this. I understand that. So I went.
Gomez, before you can continue, because you do have a plastic bag, let's verify what is in that plastic bag, so there's no question.
What is it? This is the debris that was left after the 4th of July, 7 days at Lake Stella.
Okay, I just wanted, just for clarification.
Yes,
so that somebody-
this is after 7 days.
We have a baggie, that we have a baggie. I just wanna make sure.
I found the mayor the following day in Ronnie at 1:30 in the afternoon, breaking away the debris that was left. It's not acceptable. I went up and down my street on Grand Rondo, and I said, who is responsible for this? My uncle told me, if you Google him on Google, he started 40 years ago, the Puerto Rican parade in Springfield, Massachusetts. He told me, you have to hold them accountable. So I talked to them, I listened to them. They introduced me to the ringleader, and they go, here, there she goes. They stopped the car, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna get in trouble. This old lady got out of the car, and she introduced herself as Miss Jerry Hardy, Marcus Hardy's mother. She wants to know, if not there, where? If we get a permit, can we hold our 4th of July there? I promise as the volunteer of the year that I will try to get help that is safe, and they're not shooting into homes, that there's not loud music, that they organize as a group until you decide where you're gonna take them. If not now, when? We all want them to celebrate, but we want them to be educated about this. The Bicentennial Park is the first park in the whole state of Florida. We should be proud of them. I told them, it's a conservation park. We should love it and not mistreat it like this. Older people came to swim and to enjoy the park at 7 or 8, and they couldn't because it was trash. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me, okay, let me just one minute. Ms. Sykes, I've got your list here. Would you take yourself out of order, or do you want to go in order and I can ask the next speaker?
Well, are you going to have public comments for the business items? If not, I'd like to talk now.
Yes.
So you're gonna have public comments then? Okay, then I'll wait.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Hardy, and I did talk to Ms. Gomez. And she was telling me that the people was down there at 10 o'clock that night shooting fireworks and wanted to know, about the park and everything. And I told her, I said, well, they told me that they had cleaned up everything. For her to go out there and pick up a plastic bag like this with debris, she went out there looking for something. Don't this city have an audience from dusk to dawn in the park. From dusk to dawn in the park. Her thing was that I told her, she said Commissioner Banks told her that he used to swim at Dexter Beach. I said, no, we used to swim across the lake over there.
Right.
Across the lake over there. We didn't swim there.
No,
Hmm?
good.
We couldn't swim there. We wasn't allowed to swim there. So I told her that, you know, with all this other stuff that by the bicentennial and the fireworks and all that, I have nothing to do with that, you know. And I told her who I was. I said, well, the late Commissioner Marcus Hardy was my son, huh? And I was born here and raised here in Crescent City. And I know what we had to go through as Black people here in Crescent City. And we wasn't even allowed to swim in Dexter Beach. And when she told me that Commissioner Banks told her that he swam in Dexter Beach, I said, well,
He was not allowed.
Oh, okay, let's,
so, and I just wanted to verify myself, you know, that all this, we're not for all this, that's what she's trying to do, and what she want to do. So if she want to call a ruckus, let her do it by herself.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I will clarify that, she did show up. Ronnie and I did work in the park for about 3.5, 4 hours trying to pick the park up. And she did, and that's where she did collect that. So she stopped by and brought us some water, so, that's where that debris came from, is that correct? Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Okay,
And the park was left in terrible shape, terrible shape. I finally, I reckon about 9:30 or 10 o'clock as I was riding around like I always do, I seen, one of the city employees dumping the barrels and different things. So maybe we need, I think we got something in place. But I don't know whether we maintain that what we have in place. If we maintain that what we have in place, it shouldn't be like that.
May I suggest something? That we set up a workshop to discuss our parks and how to improve them and try and, you know, make this kind of happen where our bathrooms aren't being destroyed. The parks aren't being utilized after dark and all those good things that they did in the parks. I'm really not up at 10 o'clock riding with Harry or anything.
that's in
like
the
that.
morning.
Oh, is that in the morning?
That's usually up there much earlier, but he has to get his coffee first.
Okay.
And then he's on the road, then he's on the road.
But I really think that we need to set up a workshop for how we can improve our parks and fields, our athletic fields and all those. It's time now to do that. Because they're in rough shape right now, all of them.
And that's across the board for all residents. It's, I don't think there should be any finger pointing to any one group. It's the residents that are using the parks. And so we need to just focus on that. So thank you for that. And with that, I have, one more, and
Mayor, if I could just say one thing. The firework debris is not only in Dexter Beach Park, it's all over the streets, all over town.
all over.
On Commissioner Lori's street, there was, no, of course not. There was a huge amount of that red paper all around, and I did wish that there was some way we could ask people, would they please clean up after themselves? Because it's not fair for the general public to have to pay for that.
And it's not fair to our employees either. That's the thing, is Ronnie was out there, it was his day off, and he worked the entire day. He worked the entire day, so. With that, Ms. Sykes.
Diane Sykes, Crescent City. I've participated in a lot of groups that have used the parks for different things. And we had a thing called a park permit. I don't know that we still have that today, but you had to fill out that park permit, estimate the number of people who were going to attend, and pay the appropriate deposit from that number of people. I think we could solve real easy by giving that deposit and making it non-refundable if the park isn't cleaned up.
Yes, Commissioner Banks.
I think we already got something similar to that. It's not enforced like it should be. But we already have something in place to cover that. Because this is not something that popped up. It's got a long life.
And with the fireworks, it's multiple people, multiple families, multiple picnics that are going on, and they just, it's one big park. So I don't know that it's necessarily one significant group, it's multiples.
No, yeah, no one comes in claiming the event, asking for a permit. We don't know who to go to conduct the event. I do think it's a lot of families and neighbors and friends just get together, to meet there. We have garbage cans there. We have signs that say how to behave in the park. Short of paying law enforcement to stay there all night and to physically remove people and stop things from happening, I think that's the only way we're going to prevent the conduct, is if we pay for a detail of whatever size is necessary to just be in the park and occupy the park and make sure people follow the rules that are posted.
I agree, I think hopefully with the workshop, we can address that.
Yeah,
Commissioner Banks.
I agree. We need a workshop because the sign that is printed, evidently, a lot of people who got animals don't have, their glasses need to be changed. Because they have the dogs, they walk the dogs straight on in there, right on in the park. Big old sign say no dog permit. They say no boats come in there in the wrong place, so I don't know whether it's, the law is not being enforced like it should be or what.
And I believe the colonel, I believe, is going to address some of that too during his report, so we can get into that a little bit. I just warn us not to point fingers at others. And let's all work together and see if we can find a good solution. Okay? I have Miss Angel Duke.
Good evening, Angel Duke, 404 North Lake Street, Crescent City, Florida. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you guys. Hope you had a nice weekend last week when you couldn't make it our event, but it was beautiful. I simply wanted to take 3 minutes or less to say thank you. First of all, to the city for supporting us, you guys. And thank you, Ms. Burton, for that incredible reading on Juneteenth. Thank you to those who came out to support us in any aspect of what we're doing. We did the unveiling of the kiosk that I have been talking about for 1 year. It is most beautiful, and we will be announcing soon the date for it to be actually installed. During the event, I sort of looked around, and a lot of people couldn't attend for whatever reason, they had other plans, but I got so pleased with this particular event because the message that we were able to relate to everyone else. And people spoke openly. It was about unity, diverse communities and diverse people in the community and different topics. And it was just a good feeling. Maybe I felt good because I don't have to wear a mask anymore too. I think that could have contributed to it. But it was a very exciting event. I want to say hello to everyone again and thank you so very much for showing up. Another thing I would like to see, since we are all striving for unity, to have more people show up from different diverse groups. We cannot unite unless we have the people of the community coming together, right? So let us try our best to attend each other's events, regardless of race, creed, or color. It doesn't matter. We all live here. We want to be happy. And we want to reach out to those who make up this beautiful community. So on that note, I just personally want to say thank you to everyone for showing up and being there. And those who couldn't be there, we understand. We're coming back at you on the 17th, because that's when we're going to actually install it in the ground, okay? So thank you very much. I relinquish my other 5 seconds to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, right now I've run out for, public comment. Do we have anybody else in the audience that has not filled out a form that would like to come up and speak? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close public comment at this time. And Captain Esri, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Sure it's all.
Yeah, I'm not working again.
Oh, it's because it's PDF. It's a PDF.
It shouldn't be, no, it's a,
It's fine.
from the beginning, yeah, it's working. I'm gonna work. While we're trying to get this going, good evening, everyone. I'll be addressing our sheriff's office report, and if you have any questions regarding the ordinance of the parks or anything like that, we'll go into that at the end, if that's okay. You guys have a copy of the report, so I'll go ahead and try to get started the best I can. So we had, originally, the first two, we'll start into the shootings we had, and the burglary we had. The first one was, they kind of happened both at the same time. We believe that the same individuals were involved in both of these cases. We originally responded to the area of Bay Lane regarding a armed robbery. It was lucky for us that our deputies were actually pulling up as the call was being made, so they didn't have anything to go on. They actually seen some of the suspects running away as the call was coming in. So our response time was we were there when it happened. The suspects fled. We take the call, figure out what's going on. Basically, a gentleman is sitting in his car in the parking lot of Bay Street Apartments there, and some gentlemen come up to the car, two of which take him out at gunpoint, end up pistol whipping him and robbing him of some cash. That victim identified two of the subjects, actually originally identified three, however, that was found to be false, but identified two of those individuals that actually approached the car and that were involved in the robbery. One of those individuals is, as you can see pictured here, is Mr. Sheldon Patrick, and the other one is Mr. Tyrone Jenkins. Both of these were identified, and warrants were obtained for the arrest of both of them. Mr. Patrick was taken into custody shortly after this incident. He is currently in jail, and we are still looking for Mr. Tyrone Jenkins. We are working now with the U.S. Marshals, the Marshal Service, to try to get him located and taken into custody. As of right now, we don't know where he is. And again, I put on here just for some information for you guys, the response time was less than 1 minute just because we were there as the call was being taken. Some of the resources we had there on scene that night were, as you can see, we had multiple counties, multiple jurisdictions also involved in this. Our brothers and sisters of Volusia County came over, obviously everybody on our patrol division came out of this. And total we had there was the 3 patrol deputies, 2 major crime detectives, our K-9 sergeants, and many more people were involved with this throughout that case until we took Mr. Sheldon to custody and still looking for Mr. Jenkins. Do you have any, and how many questions on this one? Because when I go into the second one, everything kind of happened at the same time. So while we're investigating this call, this second one came out of 309 North Prospect Street. Unbeknownst to us, before this armed robbery happened, the gentleman in this residence, our victim, claims that he hears something at the front door, walks to the front door, looks outside, and sees 3 men in front of the front door, one of them being armed. They match the description of the guys who done the robbery later on. When he sees this, he takes off. He claims they chase him into the house. He grabs his keys, goes upstairs, jumps out a second-story window, and jumps in his car to flee the scene. He then claims once he flees the scene that whoever the people were that came into the house behind him or had pushed their way in, they started following him and chasing him. So that's kind of where we're at. He ends up getting to the Volusia County line where he meets a deputy there. He drives around saying these people are chasing him, and gets to the Volusia County line, meets a deputy there. Our deputies end up going to meet him at the Volusia County line. We find out kind of these two things happened about the same time. Got a little bit of a problem with some of the victim story in this, not saying that this didn't happen, but some of the video surveillance and footage and stuff that we recovered, we have not been able to find anything where anybody's chasing the victim. However, it's still an active ongoing investigation. As you can see, all the stuff we've taken in our investigative techniques, our interviews, lots of interviews, a huge neighborhood canvas, the processing of the scene, and we're still working that case today, still doing interviews. So really don't have anything to go on that one, other than when the victim described the vehicles and the persons that were involved in the robbery that happened at the Bailey Apartments, that they kind of match each other. We believe that those are two the same individuals. One of those is taken into custody, the other one is fleeing with a warrant right now, and the third one we're still trying to identify. Any questions on these so far?
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
What time of day was this?
About 11 o'clock at night.
Commissioner Keenan?
Yes, and Captain Esri, the individual who was apprehended, so is he in custody or is he out on bail?
Last I knew, he was still in custody.
But he can get out on bail, correct?
Yes. So, no shooting, same location over on near Bay Street and Grove Avenue. This is an interesting one. We actually get the call. I was actually working that day as well, so myself and Lieutenant Depew, so that number's actually 5, not 3.
Was this the next day? Was this the next day or on?
I can't remember if it was the next day or a couple of days later. This was in broad daylight. So this was an interesting one. We get some reports of some gunfire in the area of Grove Avenue and Harry Banks Park. We get over there to an extensive neighborhood canvas, can't find anything. Everybody tells us kind of where the gunfire is coming from, and we really have nothing to go on. So we leave because we can't find anything. Moments later, we get another call, probably 30 minutes later, from a frantic individual who had loaned her car out to someone and said, now there's bullet holes in her car, and wants us to find out what's going on. We meet them back over at Harry Banks Park where it was supposed to have taken place, and the victim that was in the car, our supposed victim, is nowhere to be found. The person that borrowed her car. Odd. So we need to talk to our victim, the person who supposedly got shot at. Once we started doing our investigation, it was obvious that it was gunfire that came out of the vehicle as well, where they claimed it was coming in. And there was also gunfire, which was the passenger side window. There was also gunfire in the back of the vehicle, as if somebody was fleeing away and somebody was exchanging gunfire. Our victim gets there and said he was just merely driving down the road and somebody started shooting at him, which I knew that wasn't true. We found what we believed was the location, and he denied that being a location, still wanted to say he was just driving down the road. Eventually, he said he would just pay for the window and the damage to the car, and he did nothing from law enforcement. So basically, at that point, we had people saying, we don't know what happened, good luck. So that's kind of what we're faced with. We changed this, and we just started charting the firearm. We changed it to an information report, just because we had no willing participants, even victims, and had nothing to go on. Any questions on this one?
Commissioners, any questions? So the woman who contacted you initially,
It was her car.
it was her car, but she's satisfied?
Well, she was frantic that the individual who received gunfire or that was driving her car didn't want to talk to me. That was pretty upsetting to her, and rightfully so. That's one of the challenges we faced. So that's kind of where we're at now.
How long ago did this happen?
Ma'am?
What was the date?
I believe this was the 23rd. I'm not, don't quote me on that, because I don't have my report in front of me.
Just trying to, you got quite a timeline going here.
Oh, it's just, this was over what, I think a 4-day period. So everything that happened was literally over about a 4-day period. And there's a stranger one I'm fixing to talk about as well. So one that I don't have on here is we had a victim that called in and claimed he was shot at near Lemon Street and Park Avenue on the other side of town. So we initially get there, victim claims white truck came by him, which is kind of identifies as the same white truck that is involved in all this other stuff. Came by and basically shot at him. He fled on his bicycle, didn't receive any injuries or anything, summoned us. Going into the next day, we find 2 independent witnesses that said they were with our victim that night, and in fact, the vehicle did not shoot at them. They said they heard what sounded like gunfire, but they said that the individual was not shooting at them because they were standing there with him. So that's what we have on that right now. We canvassed the area, couldn't find any evidence of gunfire. I don't know what it was. Do I believe there was possibly gunfire? Yes. Could I say it was fireworks because we're getting close to the 4th of July? I don't know. We documented the incident, and the only thing I can go off of is what the independent witnesses are telling me.
And that was over on Lemon?
Yes.
And
And we received 3 separate calls for shots being fired in there.
was the first suspect, was he already
Yes,
in custody?
yes.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Diaz.
Captain Essery said Lemon and Clark. Lemon doesn't intersect.
I think it's
with
Lemon and Pine.
Pine, I'm sorry, Pine.
Right, because I was told, my husband and I weren't home that day, but a number of people in the neighborhood told us that there was shooting on South Main Street and also on Lemon.
If you look at where the reports come in, that's kind of where everything was. So there's 3 different reports in there. They're kind of, I guess, when people hear them, it's so densely populated over there.
Yeah.
It can come from, it could be on any street right there. But
Right.
from what my independent witnesses are telling me and my victim, it's probably going to be the next street south of Lemon. What is that?
Orange.
Orange. So I think it's going to be at Orange and Pine is probably where that took place. But again, we couldn't find any shell casings or anything like that.
But, and that's not in your report. I noticed.
Any questions?
No, it's not.
Any questions?
So I just wonder why does that not make it into the report?
Because anytime somebody calls in gunshots, firecrackers, whatever, we would sit here all day sometimes.
It would say what?
We would sit here all day.
Okay.
Because a lot of people misconstrue gunfire from, unless I can verify that it's actually gunfire, I find a shell casing or something like that. I don't know that you guys want to hear about all that.
Any questions?
Now the good stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody heard about the traffic crash at the Kangaroo car hitting buildings.
Okay.
That's what that one was, car hit the business. That's kind of. Here's your general activity, maybe you can see that very well, try to. Figure it out for now.
For the audience, what he's referring to, when you see the board at Circle K next to Subway, thank goodness our Subway was spared, and Domino's. Somebody drove into it, so.
Yeah, just hit the gas, foot slipped off braking.
Yeah.
What happens. Like,
I was told there were no injuries
yeah,
though.
well, I think one of the employees at the store later on came forward.
This kid.
Okay.
So the first column you'll see here is your calls for service, 241. The second column there is traffic stops at 53. Traffic accidents again was the 1. Suspicious vehicles, the persons I got checked out with proactively is 18 and 17 total reports.
The person that ran into the business, is that the traffic stop?
No.
Okay. I'm just gonna check.
That would be the accident.
That's
That's the accident, yeah.
And again, that's your crimes that were reported for the month. It was a burglary that happened over there, it was aggravated assault. I took the robbery, remember I took the robbery off because it's taking zeros for so long, so I could maybe put that back on there if you want, because we got 1 now.
Okay.
I think that's the first one in a couple of years, so.
Thank you.
Other than that, that's it. Anybody heard about the, Rose Street crash where the fence is down, or that's already the,
On Bay Street, Bay and Rocket, Bay and
That
Rocket.
was us. We had like I said, I was telling the mayor earlier, we had very successful street crimes operations that netted a lot of arrests. A lot of things start happening when we have what we call a pattern. And when we had the burglary and the robbery over there, it started that with the way we do our policing model. And a lot of things started happening, street crimes operations, our crime suppression team. So we saturated that part of Crescent City very, very heavily, and it netted a lot of arrests. So I don't know if anybody heard about it, but we did chase somebody into the pond on our street crimes unit operation last Friday.
He
And,
willingly drove into the pond, though, correct?
no,
I
he
mean,
hit
well,
the fence.
he hit the fence and then went into the
So-
pond, but y'all didn't.
I'll try to be really quick. So he hits the fence, he jumps into the pond to try to outrun us, because our deputies, we don't want to jump in the pond and get in the water, right? So every time he tried to run to the fence to get out of the pond, he would see a patrol car pull up. I think I was number 11 or 13, when he said he'd pull up, he finally gave up. So we got him. If you heard about that, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Other than that, if you want to talk about the fireworks, we can.
Okay.
That's,
I think if Colonel, I know with what we talked about just before the meeting with our ordinances.
so I'll just say that since the coordinator of that event is in here, my deputy sent me a picture last night. I don't know if you seen the big pile of fireworks that were there by the edge of the street. My deputy picked those up. And he didn't have to do that because we had plans to send out our inmate work crew to pick some of that stuff up. And he sent me pictures that was, you probably couldn't fill up the back of the truck of stuff that was left there. So we do, it's obviously an issue we're gonna have to address. The colonel will talk about, what Commissioner Banks was alluding to as far as the ordinance violations and things like that. When people gather in the parks and they start different activities, whatever the case may be, we got two choices. We can either allow something to happen and pick up fireworks tomorrow, or we're gonna have a very volatile situation on our hands when my deputies start going and trying to take action to arrest people for trespassing after they've warned from being in the park. So it's definitely something that we need to address, and at the end of the day, we gotta work together to address it. And all we want is peace in this. We don't have to start taking people to jail, writing ordinance citations and things like that. That's not the way we want to do business. So with that being said, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer anything. And if it's about ordinances, the colonel will have to give you some.
Commissioner Banks.
About those cameras, I think we as city, I think we need to look into that.
So I sent Charles last week, I haven't caught up with him long enough to sit down with him, but I sent him an email last week with those cameras that the, Louisiana State Police use, or Louisiana, whoever it was. Anyway, I sent him that information, so that's something that we can definitely look at.
You're working on that, aren't you, Charles? Because there you have to have
Right.
It's like a
internet,
subscription service.
yeah, and a subscription.
It is. It is, Charles shared that with me, but it is a very low cost. It's a foundation that actually pays for the cameras. You just have to pay for a subscription for a year for the cloud service. And there's they have some really neat options. They are operating out of New Orleans. They've helped them bring down crime in a lot of neighborhoods there. And the options are really very, very interesting and very, very affordable for the city. So I think maybe at our workshop, we can talk about the parks. Because it does have some really, it seems like they're very good crime preventative tools. So I think.
Yeah, because the vandalism to the park, it gets uncalled.
That amount of trash wasn't called for.
It gets uncalled.
Right, yes, I just have an observation for Captain Osiri. Before dark on July 4th, my husband and I drove down East Grand Rondo to get to the post office. And I noticed there were people parked on the sidewalks and on private property that I don't think the people gave them permission, but they were parked on the sidewalks, clearly. And then the following day, I don't know how your deputies can absorb or not absorb this, but there was, beer bottles and whatnot along the street. So there was in different places in town. So obviously, it looks like, public alcohol consumption and maybe while driving. So just saying, it's not necessarily just the trash in the park, but just general disorder.
Yes, ma'am.
So just wanted to mention that.
Let me give you a little bit on what we're dealing with county. First of all, you're never gonna legislate human decency. That's obviously what we have, is just, complete disrespect for the community here. So to give you a little background, about a year or so ago, the sheriff's office in the county did an extensive amount of work to rewrite our county noise ordinance. It has nothing to do with the city, but I'll lead up to this. So we did all of this, and then we get into the position where we are going to start enforcing the noise ordinance. And here's what we find. And this is a countywide situation. That's why I wanted to address it, because I will be bringing Captain Upton in to represent this city, since we police you. But it's also a city of Palatka and Interlochen, Pomona Park, and everybody's problems. Is here's what we found out. That some time ago, previous clerk of court in office, the judges and the magistrates stopped hearing county ordinances. And then at some point or another, they became boxes of paper in the clerk's office, and no action was taken. So we recently discovered this when we start to look at our noise ordinance violation. So I had a initial meeting with Honorable Matt Reynolds. He is absolutely 100% on board with us here. We need to get a process back in place. So right now, where we stand, in every municipality in Putnam County stands, so we can write these ordinances all day long and they cannot pay them and zero is going to occur. So there is no enforceable ordinances in Putnam County at this point. So but we're working on that. So I've actually requested a meeting with the county's attorney because we're going to need to look at what's the county's responsibility in this as far as that goes. And then, of course, the clerk of courts is involved. And when we identify who will take now the Honorable Bobby Pickens' position, we will definitely involve him as well. And of course, we're inviting the city of Palatka because everybody's going to need to get involved in this. So county ordinances or city ordinances work two ways. They can be criminal or non-criminal. If they're non-criminal, we would write a fine for it. And if they go in and pay it, great. If they don't go in and pay it, then there's got to be a ramification for that, but that doesn't exist at this point. And if they want to contest it, there's nobody to hear the contest. There's no county judges hearing these, there's no magistrates, there's nobody hearing them. So, and I spoke with the city police and our Chief Shaw, and they're dealing with the same thing there. The other option on ordinance is you can elect in your ordinances to make these criminal. If you make them criminal, you have to prosecute them. The state doesn't do it. So that's going to have to be something between this board and your attorney. Will your attorney show up in court and prosecute these? And if you make them criminal and the person is innocent, can't afford the attorney, you have to pay his defense attorney. So that's a lot of stuff that goes into play with the ordinances. I don't recommend criminal ordinances. We recommend we do the others, but the point is they're dead in the water across the county right now. And like I say, we went through a ton of work, spent tens of thousands of dollars on noise reading equipment, more than tens of thousands of dollars training our deputies to operate noise meters. And we write noise meter tickets and they're sitting in a box somewhere. So again, this is something that's newly discovered by us. The clerk of courts is on board, had a great conversation with him and his chief deputy the other day. And now we're starting to coordinate with the legal entities of everybody involved and get this figured out. So that's really kind of where we stand on ordinances, you know, and dealing with that. So, you know, when you look at what are our other options, say we don't have an ordinance to use, but the park's officially closed, I'm just gonna throw out there 9 p.m. and people are there after 9 p.m. The question's been raised to me, well, why don't you arrest them for trespassing? I don't know that we stand on much legal ground arresting somebody for trespassing on publicly owned property. So we really are our hands tied on these ordinances now, and it first, like I said, started to surface when we got very frustrated that we can't enforce our noise ordinance in the county. Finds out that the city of Palatka PD is having the same issues. They can't enforce their open alcohol ordinance. And now we're down here dealing with your park ordinances and the mechanism to enforce them is non-existent. So I'll be happy to give you reports on that or whatever integral you want on how these meetings go with the clerk of courts, the county's attorney, the attorneys for Interlochen and the city of Palatka and yours as we get this evolved and figure out how this is going to go and what are the city's responsibilities. You know, is if we're enforcing noise ordinances in the city, is there any responsibility in the city to help fund the magistrate that hears these? We don't know all of that yet. Because like I said, I don't know how many years in the building it has been where the ordinance enforcement fell off, but it has, and there's really no mechanism to enforce those. So more to come on that. Again, that's not a Crescent City issue. That's all the way to go, and I'll keep you posted as that stands. I had a great 45 or so minutes with the clerk of courts the other day. He's on board. He's reviewing statutes. He's figuring out how all this happens, and then we'll have to, discuss all the issues behind that as far as the money flowing, coming into the city, and then what part of that do they go back to the clerk or to the clerk's office on that. But it'll be a process, and I'm telling you, I think it's going to probably be a 6 to 8 month process. But we're working on it, and I wish that this had come up before, but it really didn't because our noise ordinance in Putnam County, how we found is our noise ordinance in Putnam County was ruled unconstitutional because it's unconstitutionally vague. So when we went back and spent all this time rewriting the ordinance and started enforcing it, we realized that this is the clerk's office. And he's like, we don't have any mechanism to do anything with these. So we'll, not a Crescent City issue, a county issue, we'll deal with that. So any questions on that?
Commissioners, we have some.
My only question is, how is our noise ordinance here in the city? Is it, have we adopted the county's?
We have our own and we beefed it up.
But the cities is sound where the counties wasn't, and here's where the counties was. The county used some wording that said plainly audible without a decibel reading requirement. So what is plainly audible? That's unconstitutionally vague. So we now have, in the county, have a decibel reading for certain receiving landlines, and just like the city has. So you have an enforceable ordinance once we get the mechanism in place to do it. I'm not concerned about that. And, the question is, well, what if we write out a $75 or $125 ticket for a noise ordinance or use of the park afterwards and they ball it up, throw it on the ground? Is there ramification for that? And that's where we're having to, because that's my understanding is why the judges and the magistrates stopped hearing them, because there was no results of failure to pay. So like, why am I sitting here holding these hearings and I order this person to pay and they don't, nothing happens to them? So we're having to go back a couple years in the history and figure out where this fell off, unbeknownst to any of us, until we got frustrated going, why am I writing this noise ordinance over and over and over and over again to the same person and nothing? And then we discover all of this. So I'll leave that, and then I'll just leave on, want to publicly kind of commend and congratulate our Crescent City guys here on these last couple investigations. When you talk about deputy sheriffs on scene before the dispatcher's done dispatching, and deputy sheriffs on scene, and another one in less than 4 minutes, with huge amounts of manpower very quickly, and one of the fastest, in these kind of cases, one of the fastest identification of 2 suspects, one in custody, one with a warrant, apparently knows he has a warrant, we understand, and is refusing to enter Putnam County, so that works out, works out as well. So just congratulations to these 2 guys that are doing a great job here and all their teams, and very, very quick solves on those cases, lots of manpower in place, outstanding operation of our crime control strategy by realizing this pattern, pulling in lots and lots of resources into Crescent City until we can get the pattern taken care of, and leave it at that. And with the promise, I'll keep you posted on these ordinances, and we'll be following up with you when you see, you may already know, who Bobby's replacing, but we're going to need to engage them as well to represent the city in these conversations. We'll be happy to do the enforcement, but there'll be some legal aspects on the city's part too, so. Okay, all right.
Do we have any? Yes.
I just have one more question. The suspect that you arrested for the robberies, was he from Putnam County? Did he live locally?
I think he was, both of them are local. Well, not local to Crescent City, but local to Putnam County. Yes. Yeah. And I think when you asked about his bond, I think our last saw his bond, I think it was like $25,000. He was incarcerated on that bond. Don't quote me on the amount, but it was somewhat significant.
Yes, Ms. Sykes, if you would feel comfortable, you have a question of the.
Yes, I do. I specifically have a question about the alleged shooting. I live in that neighborhood, and I was kind of disappointed to not be notified that there was an active shooter in my neighborhood. I am armed, not when I come into this meeting, but I do have a revolver, and if I were to fire that, it would not leave a shell casing. So I don't think that a shell casing is proof that somebody did or did not fire a weapon.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
Well, I just want to say, I think the officers are doing a very good job in Crescent City. We might get some criticizing, but people get criticized about everything. But personally, I think the officers are doing a very good job. The presence is being seen, and that is one of the key elements. The presence of being seen, and I think it's going to be greater once they get up on 17. Once they get up on 17, so I think we just should, hands should go out.
I'm saying the city should have.
I thank them for what they're doing.
He is still in custody, and he has no bond. Has a hold on, so he's in custody with no bond.
No one?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, he's no longer.
It says hold GPS.
With that, I know with Gullet Title, have we gotten, there hasn't been much activity there in the last 2 weeks, maybe.
No, they just say they need more time.
What's more time?
They didn't specify.
Maybe when your manager report, we can talk a
Yeah,
little
no,
bit.
give us a
We
report.
can talk a little bit more about that. Okay, with that, we're gonna go into our, the kind of a business item at this time, and for everyone, this is because Miss Jenny sat here till the very end of the meeting the last time, sat through everything till almost 10, it was after 10 o'clock. And said, with this, we're gonna do the consideration of the request for a contribution for the mobile spay and neuter clinic. So do you, Charles, do you want to start this off? Or,
Oh,
okay.
I have your presentation loaded, just a clicker. Next to the computer, there's a clicker.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Diane Kelly. I live at 123 Lakeside Lane, Crescent City. Good to see you again. I was here a couple of times ago. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. But we did, I think we've had a couple of meetings with you so far. The initial one, we did share some of the highlights of what we were proposing. And ultimately, we were asked to come back after we meet with the other municipalities that we had planned on the docket anyway, and also lock in some plans with the BOCC, the Board of County Commissioners. So we do have an update on that as well. So what we're going to do, we want to be sensitive to time, but we also want to make sure that folks really understand the landscape that we're all dealing with as it relates to animal welfare and the need for spay and neutering. So we have a presentation. I'm not going to hit on everything because you do have the actual deck. I will hit on some of the highlights, and then I will also give an update on where we are with the municipalities as far as their contributions and where we are with the BOCC. And then Ginny will come up and she will also share some information, because one of the commissioners did share a list of questions with us, and we really appreciate it, Lisa. And we do want to share a few of the highlights and make sure you have a copy of what was provided back and forth. So that's why we're here today. So let's see, is that right? Yes, okay. All right, so I'm just going to hit on some of the highlights. And by the way, I am the volunteer grant coordinator for Animal Rescue Consortium. Ginny is the president, as most of you already know. And for those of you who might be sitting there thinking, you know, boy, we already know that spay and neuter needs exist in our community, and we all probably know that inherently. But knowing some of the facts, what the landscape really looks like, is also very important, because that'll help hopefully influence the priority of the work that needs to be done in our county. So I'm not going to, again, hit on every highlight, but I do want to share a few things. In Putnam County, we have approximately 19,000 dogs, at least 13,000 cats, and according to Florida Animal Friend, we have about 12,000 unowned cats, roaming cats in our county. So we have, 10, 20,000 in that range of animals floating around in our county. Actually, more than that, I'll tell you a little more detail in a moment. In addition, nationally, this is national data. Sometimes you'll see in our presentation national data, local data. Oftentimes the references are used as well. Only about 76% of family dogs are spayed or neutered, and interestingly enough, 85% of cats. And this is national data, which means almost 1 out of 4 dogs are not. And one of the things that we've learned is that when you look at dogs, and we have an issue with dogs, as we all know, we see them roaming, we see them hit by cars, which is horrible. We see many folks struggling to be able to afford spay and neuter. But one of the things that we also know about dogs is that about 70% of the bites that occur by dogs are from unneutered or non or intact dogs. The fatalities are over 80% are unneutered males. And certainly many of the dogs that are roaming, the law of averages, probably going to see more males than females because they're out looking for a happy time if they're not certainly fixed. And so that certainly contributes to the problems that we're dealing with. In addition, if you look at the last comment, 7 of the 10 counties in Florida already have access to low cost, 7 out of 10, so 70% already have ready access to low cost spay and neuter services. Putnam County does not. So in our county, the folks who are of low income, and we have about 26% of our residents who are impoverished, that 26%, as a general rule, cannot afford the retail cost to have a dog or cat spayed or neutered. And I recently had my dog neutered, and it was almost $400, just shy of $400. So it is very expensive, and it's cost prohibitive for many folks. Our county currently is just not enabled with an option for folks who just cannot afford it. And what we want to do is fill that gap Animal Rescue Consortium, Jenny as the president, wants to lead the effort in Putnam County so that we do have a mobile unit that will provide spay and neuter services to the poor in the community. That's what this is all about. And I'm gonna share a few facts. This is just data from Florida Animal Friend, a very large organization that really has tremendous data and studies on animal welfare. And what I'm sharing with you is just what the capability is for a dog or cat to reproduce. One unaltered female dog and her offspring, if you put them all in a little pile, and you look at through their lifetime, through their fertility period, how many offspring can they collectively produce? It's 67,000. That's what they're physically able to produce. Now, of course, they don't all produce that, we know that, but that's what they're able to produce. And in 7 years, one female cat and her offspring can produce amazingly over 370,000 kittens. Now that's not reality because many people have their animals spayed or neutered, animals get killed, etc., but they have a tremendous ability to reproduce. And spaying and neutering is the key solution for our county, as well as any other county, in order to help rectify the problem. I mentioned earlier about dog bites, and that's what this addresses, the highlighted section. 70% of dog bites, according to the World Animal Foundation in February 23, are from unneutered males. And 85% of dog bite fatalities involve dogs that were not spayed or neutered. Unaltered male dogs are also more likely to fight with other dogs. We hear a lot of concerns, you see it on social media almost every day. Somebody's dog is killing somebody's chickens or killing somebody's cat or fighting with other dogs. And you also hear, and I'm one of the people who are affected by it, I'm sure many are, people are afraid to walk their animals, even in our community, because there's so many that are strays or so many that are owned and walking around looking for, well, I say not hopefully, but a good time. Okay, the next section, it kind of gets, let's see, did I write? Page is that? 5. Okay, that's that, okay. And here's some information regarding spay and neuter programs. It's absolutely essential. A few studies, or not studies, but references I have cited here. Shelter euthanasia rates in Asheville, North Carolina has decreased that volume by 79% since they introduced a low-cost spay and neuter option in their community. It took about 3 years to get there, but they got there. And you may know in Jacksonville, Florida, they have First Coast No More Homeless Pets, an amazing organization that does provide spay and neuter services. Jacksonville has experienced a decrease of 37% reduction in shelter euthanasia in 3 years, and the intake numbers have reduced by 8.3%. And in Crescent City, as well as other parts of Putnam County, we also hear a lot of stress from citizens that they contact animal control and they're not able to get animals supported by them because they're overloaded. In order to really take the edge off, we have really got to introduce this capability. And by the way, about 36% of individuals who do not get their animals spayed or neutered, they cite cost as the main reason. And those are the individuals in particular that we want to focus on. In the United States, a little over 14% of people live in poverty. We're sitting at 26%, and I think we probably all know that. In our effort too, I did want to mention that we also want to focus on community cats. So TNR, trap, neuter, or spay and return, very, very important to really help reduce those volumes as well. And that's a key program in order to help take the edge off the problem. I also contacted the Florida Department of Health very recently to find out what the numbers look like in Putnam County as of late. And for 1 year, the most recent year, the data shows 186 dog bites, 38 cat bites were reported for 1 year. That's to humans. And then the next page just really just emphasizes we have to take responsibility and we have to take good, humane steps to rectify the problem. You know, some folks, we've met with several commissions, and some folks really feel, well, if an individual has a pet, some people believe you should take care of your pet. and you should find a way to fund whatever you need to do it. I used to be of that school of thought. If you can't take care of your pet, you shouldn't have one. I used to have that attitude years ago. And I lost that attitude as I just gained a lot more knowledge as to why people don't get their animals spayed or neutered. What most studies show that I've read is that most people who have pets, they do consider their pets a member of the family. They do want the best for their pet. They do not wish any ill will, they're not trying to be irresponsible, and they need to be enabled. And one of the things that I've learned, like many of us have, is that when you're living in a community and there is a gap in terms of people's behavior or actions, sometimes it's because they don't have a choice and they're not enabled with solutions. And that's why this has to be in the repertoire of potential solutions to the problem. All right, so the next page just gets into, what some of the benefits are for, providing low-cost options for citizens, provide the following key benefits. I don't really want to get into them other than affordability and dog walking, because those are just a couple of key things that you see constantly over Facebook. And also increased capacity for animal control. They do have a new building that's being erected. It will have more capacity, but that additional capacity only helps for a very short period of time. And then they're going to continue to be overloaded if we cannot get the demand down. Animal Rescue Consortium, we do have a plan. Ginny, the team, the board of directors has a plan to make sure that we can get this launched with the help of Crescent City and the other municipalities in the BOCC in order to make these services affordable and to be present throughout the county. And also, right now, and Ginny will touch on it, we also do a great deal of low-cost services currently, and she'll share some highlights about the hundreds and hundreds of animals that we've helped just year to date with low-cost or no-cost vaccines and other benefits. And Ginny, I'm not going to go through this because you'll probably touch on some of the things that you do and what you've been able to accomplish and how this fits in. And I did want to emphasize that we do have veterinarians on staff. We do have two. One will be doing spay and neutering of cats, and we're working with other organizations to get another veterinarian to do that for dogs, but we've got to get the capability that we're seeking. This is an example. This is a typical example of what we're looking to purchase. This is a surgical trailer, and this trailer that we're seeking is fully equipped to conduct surgery on animals. It will have the anesthesia equipment. It will have certainly the tables, the sink, et cetera, all of the storage, the lock boxes for medications, et cetera. So this will be a fully equipped, immediately able to operate. We just have to provide the supplies like the medication, et cetera. But this unit will be able to be moved throughout our county to provide these services to our residents. This here, I'm not going to get into details, probably for your reading pleasure. We pulled this months ago. This was just some data regarding what's happening currently with Animal Rescue Consortium and other low-cost services that Ginny and her team are providing. It gives you a feel for who are the folks who are coming in now and getting these services. And you will notice on the far left, that's Crescent City, which makes sense because most of our services we provided were physically here in Crescent City. We're actually doing more mobile services right now. We're getting into other areas of town, shall I say. So this demand structure is going to change over time once we get the surgical unit operational. So we do it because we're going to be present more actively in different parts of the county. But this just gives you a feel for what's happening these days. So I'm going to let Ginny talk in just a couple of minutes about the highlights, but in essence, here's where we are. We initially were looking for a grant from the USDA for $170,000. That was for the mid-range estimate for a fully equipped 26-foot trailer. $150,000 was for the trailer, $20,000 was to modify a building that's on Ginny's property. We wanted to modify the building so that when we do services locally, we would have the building where we could not stack up, but line up cats, dogs, get them prepared, kind of have an assembly line, because that's kind of how it operates. and then have a good recovery area. And so the USDA grant that we filed, while we were hopeful, and we've explained this to every municipality and to the VOCC, we were hopeful, it looked positive, but we could not guarantee that we were gonna secure the grant. And this is an rural development grant by the USDA. And we were notified by them about a month and a half ago, I would think, that their funding has been delayed. It's delayed in Washington. So the rural development funding, not just for us, I think it's a national effort out of Washington, has been halted. So that's kind of we weren't so happy about it. It was quite a bummer. But we're still in the hopper. We don't have to refile. We're still in the hopper, though for next year's consideration. Well, next year, even if we get it, could be anywhere from October to the following September. We can't continue to wait. This ball has been kicked down the road for years and years and years. And frankly, for anyone who loves animals or loves innocent creatures who suffer, it's horrendous what's continuing here. So what we're doing, what our strategy is now, is that we've looked at, I mentioned we had 3 estimates for the trailer. One was 150, one was 200 and something, a little over 200, and then one is 103,000. And the 103,000 one is 24 feet, and we are planning on going with that. It's still fully equipped, and we ran it by our veterinarians and other staff, so we're very confident that this is gonna meet our needs. We just have to get the supplies, and we already have some of them. We're gonna be working on others. So this trailer, 103,000, we need the 103,000, not of course from you, you'd probably fall out of your chair or kick me out of the room, frankly. But where we are today, we've told you all previously in our first visit, we've told every municipality, we told the VOCC that if we do not get the USDA funding grant, and we weren't guaranteed to have it, then we would seek other options. As Ginny would say, we would have a plan B or C or D. We do have a plan B. Thankfully, we do have an anonymous donor who is willing to donate $50,000 toward this trailer, so that's number one. Number two, and Ginny and I roll my eyes a little, but we've had so many meetings, like with, the different municipalities, understandably so. You go to present, you gotta come back, et cetera. So we've met with the different municipalities, all of them, and I'm gonna give you an update on where we are with the funding from each one of them. Number one, let me start with the OCC. They initially said, yes, we will fund $25,000 toward the trailer. However, it was contingent upon getting the USDA grant. And it made sense because they probably wanted reasonable assurance that the money for the balance would be secured. That grant did not happen, so we went back to the VOCC 2 days ago and had a long discussion with them, and you'll see it in the paper if you want to get a glimpse of it. It's just highlights, not the details, or watch the tape. It was fascinating. But they said, well, we're not going to do that right now because a whole host of reasons. But it was primarily because one of them got wind that there was other work being done to require spay and neutering, and that person was very upset about that. And we said, that's not really what we're talking about at all here. We're talking about the trailer. And so bottom line is, what they said, they asked Animal Services, if we gave you $10,000, can you put in a voucher program instead of us giving them $25,000? So they're asking Animal Services to come up with a plan to do vouchers for $10,000. And we tried to explain that that's some kind of like a Band-Aid. That's kind of a reactive step. It's not proactive. Yes, it would be helpful to some people, but we've got to get the capability, because that's a capability that gives and gives and gives. When you invest in the capital that can produce many more services for 25. But anyway, so we have to go back to the VOCC again. They said, come back after you meet with every municipality and you have the commitments locked in or not, come back and let us know the balance. So what we're hoping to do is we're hoping to get a commitment from you after I share what the other municipalities are doing. And then we will schedule, and we will go back to the VOCC because we have to get this. I know you have a question probably coming, or 2 or 3. I will tell you that Pomona Park, they are in for $5,000. In fact, they even said, we went back to them to say, told them about the USDA grant, et cetera. And they said, Diane, Jenny, We don't care where you get the rest of the money. All we care is that we're helping to fund this trailer. We're gonna give you $5,000 in October. We met also with City of Palatka, and each one, several meetings, of course, understandably, $10,000 from Palatka. In fact, we only asked for 5 to 7, just like we're asking 5 to 7 from you, we're asking 5 to 7 from everyone. And they said, well, how about 10? And I just about fell over, not really, but we were so grateful for that. So Palatka, 10,000. Welaka, I met with them just a couple days ago, and they said, we really want to do this, and that was like the third meeting with them, but they said, we don't yet know where we're gonna get the money. So we have to have a budget meeting. We have a budget meeting later this month, so we will let you know after we have the budget meeting. Fine, so Welaka, supportive, they're trying to figure out how to get the money. The only one that has actually denied us is Interlochen. And the reason why is because they mentioned it was going really well, thought we were gonna get the okay, but one of the commissioners, and it's all understandable, people have reasons, they said, I just realized we can't do this because we don't have a mechanism to provide funding for a charity. You're a 501c3 organization, yes. We can't do that because we have to develop policies, prioritization stuff, et cetera, so they can't. They said they can't, but they said they currently provide 10,000 to animal control, which they do every year, which is wonderful, and we thank them for that, said it's terrific what you do, I've heard great things about it. So, they're doing what they can to help. So that's where we are. So we are at 65,000 locked in, very comfortably locked in. If we get the 5,000 from Welaka, that puts us at 70. We're going back to the BOCC, and I do think that, well, we'll see. I don't want to jinx myself, but I think it'll be might be a different outcome. So we're here. So Jenny, you want to come up and share highlights? And that you have
I'm just gonna, I want Jenny to come up. We've got a big agenda tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mayor, can
Thank
we all speak into our mics as opposed to a sidebar conversation?
Do you have a problem?
I think we need to all, yes, speak into our mics.
No, I know.
I couldn't know what I saw for a loose dog.
She said a loose dog just ran by the door.
Well,
So, okay.
that's all I said.
Go ahead, Jenny. Thank you.
We have to have spay and neuter in this county. Every surrounding county does have animal welfare and low-cost services wellness. I was lucky enough to go to Barbados in March for spring break. An island that is 20 by 14 miles has every type of services and even have services to pick up dead animals on the side of the road. I cannot tell you, and I'm gonna cry, how many times I've seen animals begging people to spay and neuter, can't afford it. And I had 30 puppies at the kennel between the holidays. I had 22 kittens 2 or 3 weeks ago. This has to stop. We need the funds, we need the trailer. Low-cost vaccine clinics, we did 538 animals last year. From January to June, we're up to 539. We already met last year's. We have plan A, B, C, D. I was proactive and bought equipment from Pearson's Vet Clinic that closed in January of 2023. I have 14 boxes in the shed at the kennel of donated surgical supplies. I have stainless steel exam tables, stainless steel crates. And my other goal is to work for the University of Miami vet schools for them to come out and help us. We need these funds, we need the support of this county. If not, we are in dooms. The more attacks, the more dog fights, rooster fights, ordinance not being done, et cetera, et cetera. I am so passionate about this. We need this done. Lisa DeVito gave us some questions. You have that handout. I'm not gonna take any more of your time, but please, the community is listening to me on tape. We need this year, not next year.
Do you have any questions?
Commissioner Burton.
I just want to say how disappointed I was this morning when I read the newspaper that our county commissioners backed out of the $25,000 that they had said, and I, you know, I really, that really disappointed me seeing that. And I want to apologize that I couldn't make it to this last meeting because I do know how important this is. You have my support, and I hope you know that and realize that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to make one last comment. We do have an animal welfare league that is for the community, for their input. ARC supports them, but they're two different entities, and I want to make that clear. We have a lot to do in this county, and ARC cannot do it by themselves. And that's why the American Welfare League of Putnam County is the group to help us do other things that ARC cannot do at this time. Any other questions?
I have a question, and I have a recommendation for us. So Jenny, just very briefly, two things. So Diane said, apparently people get upset if they think there's gonna be mandatory spay neuter, is that correct?
Yes, but that is the choice that the individual has.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, is that a complicating issue when you go before the county? No, okay. So, and.
I want to clarify, we have never said mandatory spay neuter.
No, I know you haven't. I'm well aware of that. So, as well, hang on, I just missed what I was gonna ask you. So we would be giving this money to ARC, not
Correct.
Welfare League. Okay.
Correct.
So that's fine. And also just, you've done a tremendous amount of work. It's not really your organization's job to do, but you've done it. You're carrying 500 times your rightful load. So.
And that's why I'm retiring from the college next year. So I can continue doing this.
I have no doubt. It's professional quality research, and we're very fortunate, but we need to,
Can I
we need to
answer,
do something.
Lisa, can I just?
If you, Diane, you would come to the.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just want to answer her question in a little more detail. Number one, Leona was not able to attend the meeting, so I think that the meeting might have gone a little different, because different people have different beliefs, understandably so. But Lisa, to your question, what happened is the meeting seemed to be going okay. One of the commissioners said something to the effect, hey, I heard you guys are trying to push for mandatory spay neuter. And I don't support that. This person was very strong, said, I don't support it. I want you to know that's not gonna happen. I'm not supporting it. And we said, sir, that really has nothing to do with what we're here for today. We're talking about a capability investment for spay and neuter surgery. We're not talking about mandatory spay and neuter. And I think that's why Jenny mentioned the Animal Welfare League versus ARC, and we can talk about that another time.
No, that's fine. I just
But
wanted
that's what
to understand that point.
But I think that threw the meeting off.
One last comment, low-cost vaccine clinic, we're already hitting the other parts of the city. We've been to Interlochen twice, we've been to Palaca. So we also plan to do that with this trailer. It's not gonna be Crescent City, it's gonna be housed in Crescent City. But we plan to go to Palaca and Interlochen. Because if you think about it, somebody who has 3 dogs that need to be spayed and neutered, you're talking about an hour and a half one-way drive. And people don't even have gas money.
I'd like to move forward, and I'd like to make a motion to approve the requested $5,000 in funding toward the purchase of the mobile spay neuter clinic for Crescent City County, for ARC.
Okay, go ahead, do we have a?
I said,
So we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, we probably need some discussion here. Do you want to weigh in on this as far as if we do it, if we need to wait until and put it into our budget?
Well, you do have a line in the commission budget, aid to outside organizations, there's only $2,000 there.
Yeah.
So one option, I think my recommendation was to budget for it, and it'd be available October 1. If you want to make it happen this year, we can make that happen and just have to look at where we move some money around into that line and do your aid outside organizations. How much money were you?
She said 5,000, about 5,000.
So I think there's 2,000 left, we're going to move $3,000 in, or we're not using it somewhere else, within the general fund.
But currently with that, I know the library comes to us every year and the South Putnam Service Center, also, a Christian Service Center, they have asked, they've made a request too. So we'll just have to,
It'd be cleaner and easier if it were the new fiscal year, but if they don't want to wait,
October's fine.
October 1st is fine.
that'd be easy.
so you could
Put it in
wait,
budget.
we could put it, and so we could build it into this budget. Okay, I just think we need to have that clarification.
And if you find any more extra, we'll take it.
Okay, so, Commissioner Burton, would you, want to amend your motion, just to clarify,
When they can have the money?
To include it in next fiscal
to
year.
include, yes.
Okay, so,
And that's up to you, I mean, that's your
no,
motion,
no,
so
I
I
think
just,
if she's okay with it, then I'm okay with it. I'm okay with what, okay, so let's see, I said I make a motion to approve the requested $5,000 be incorporated into
Fiscal year, this fiscal year.
the next fiscal year budget towards purchase of the mobile spay neuter clinic for, our.
I received my second.
and you, okay, so we currently have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Commissioner DeVito?
I have spent a lot of time myself on this issue.
I think we all have,
Read this very
near
carefully.
to all of us, yes.
Yeah, I mean, on the statistics, so my concern about this, it's obviously very needed. I've been for many years in favor of Crescent City showing leadership for animal control. The difficulty I have with this and just providing the $5,000 and not doing anything else is that, number one, this is really the county's responsibility. Every municipality that's paying additional money, the residents of that municipality are paying twice. I think personally that this county, and I kind of heard that from our two speakers, I think we have been in a crisis for a while. 184 animal bites in 1 year. I am hearing
That's
this.
reported.
I know. I am hearing this from people in our community. That is, and I've seen pictures of it on Facebook of people who've had their limbs torn while riding bikes. Our county has the horrible distinction of having the death of a US postal worker. Another elderly lady was ripped to shreds and barely survived with her life. I think out in the west part of the county, it was in the paper, this is just what we read about. A woman had to go and shoot at dogs who were ripping her horse apart. And those are just the highlights. So my feeling is, I'm happy to vote this money, but I don't want to be bringing a bucket to the forest fire. I ran the numbers. Really, I think that what we should do as a commission is call upon the county to take responsibility and to provide the appropriate funding for this. And personally, I would like us to go a step further, and I would like advocacy organizations to go a step further and ask the county to institute licensure and fees. Because I don't think, looking at the numbers, I think that what ARC has planned will make a difference, but not enough of a difference to alleviate the crisis. So I think that the $5,000 is fine, but we need to go forward and communicate our concerns to the county because we're just not going to move the needle far enough. And what we have now is really, I've said this before, it's a tax on the kind-hearted. Because I know people around here who have 10 to 25 cats, it's breaking them financially. And people should not be suffering dog bites and fear of dogs, etc. I mean, this is just a situation out of control. So I would like to see us communicate with the county and advocate for proper funding.
And I just want to follow up with one thing. The AWL is communicating to the county. And county really is kind of dragging their feet. They have been dragging their feet for quite some time. They will continue to talk to the county about all the different problems that we have. The first meeting that I went to, I thought was very productive. I'm not sure if we've kind of followed up with some of those things, but I'm sure that we will. And right now, I would just like to call a question.
We currently have a proper motion and a second. Karen, would you do a roll call, please?
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so you have our commitment, you do have our commitment, and we know, we appreciate everything that you do. I feel, I do agree with both Commissioner Burton and Commissioner DeVito that we need to bring warmth to the county and hold their feet to the fire and tell them that, you know, this is a problem that we all face. Crescent City, I will say this though, where it shows that we have that 46th percentile, a lot of people get a little confused because with that usage, because they have a Crescent City address. But it's not Crescent City, zip code, but it's not Crescent City proper. So, so that number does look like we are significant as far as the usage. But I do think that we do need to go to the county and they've come here before and we still, you just keep kicking the can down the road. Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Lori, while did you have a?
First of all, I want to say thank you. Number two, I know this is the beginning. This is phase one. This is how No Homeless Pet in Jacksonville started. Very tiny. So please, this is the start. It's not the finishing line. It will get bigger because like you said, we're desperately needing this type of service. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Diane. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Moore.
I would like to make a motion that we send a letter to the county and encouraging them to, you know, come up with some money without those words exactly, but can we do that?
Express those
Yeah,
support.
you can make a motion, absolutely, directing staff to draft a letter.
Expressing our support for the county's participation.
Yes, yes, because we're all kicking in our money.
And you might want to include that we committed to them.
That we've committed our money and we are just hoping that they will join the effort. Since
We have a motion, do I have a second? I'll second.
If we can help in any way, let us know. And you're gonna be all invited to an event on August the 3rd with the commissioners, I say incumbents, but the candidates for BOCC, the 9 for areas 1, 3, and 5. They've been invited to an event that Cynthia Burton just mentioned. She was referring to the AWL. It is part of the AWL group. So we're gonna be inviting you to attend to hear what the new folks have to say about animal welfare. Just FYI.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
So we currently have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion on that? Yes.
So I think that a letter is great. I would have made the motion myself, but I would like to see us put this on a future agenda because it's one thing to just say, would you please give funding? But I think we need to really be more specific about what we would like the county to do.
Well, and I think with this motion, he's gonna have to, you're gonna have to bring the letter back to us. So it will be on the next agenda.
That wasn't clear from the motion because it just said.
No, he would have to bring it back to it. He's told him to draft it. And so it would have to come back to us for approval.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, we currently have a motion and a second. Karen, would you do a roll call for us, please? Commissioner Banks has stepped out.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye. Hold on, he stepped back in. Let's make sure he knows what we do. Commissioner Banks,
I'm holding the show.
Commissioner Lori, made a motion to ask staff to draft a letter to the county, encouraging them to pony out.
Good idea.
Okay.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so thank you. Thank you both very much for everything you do.
Have a good night.
Good night. Okay, this time we're gonna open up our public hearings. Charles?
Mayor, this first item we do every year, where you set the not to exceed millage, the maximum millage rate. During the budget process, you can always lower the millage below what you set tonight, and we are recommending you set the current millage as the maximum millage rate.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 2024-03, setting the maximum millage rate of 8.5914 mils.
Second.
Commissioner Lloyd, second. So we currently have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
I just wanted to point out that yes, this is our maximum. We can go down to that. Right now, we just got our evaluations, right, for money. So as we haven't had our first budget workshop, so this is very preliminary, but we're not saying that it's staying at 8.5914, so.
But we have to do this.
Yes.
Okay, further discussion?
Well, just to clarify, there was a slight change, so this is not the, resolution that was actually in the packet, it was the
Right, the dates have been changed.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment on this?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I have a comment on everything, as you know. Diane Sykes, Crescent City. One of the things we talked about on a couple of different topics was the percentage of families that we have that are impoverished in our community. How is that going to affect them? And if we're going to raise the millage rate to the maximum, are we gonna raise it?
We're not raising it.
Okay, so we're gonna
This
keep
is the
the same.
maximum that it will be.
This is what it's been for
It currently
years.
is.
Okay.
Or we can go down, but we won't go
And we're not actually making that decision tonight.
Yeah,
it's just-
we're not, but we have to set it. And then we can go down, we cannot go up.
Okay.
So as we go through the budget process, if we find we need additional monies and this will not meet that, we can't raise this at this time. Anyway, we can't go up, but if we find we don't need that much, then we can come down.
All right, thank you very much.
Mayor, if I could, just to clarify, I can understand why she would think we were raising it to the max, because what we're doing is a technical term that says we are setting the maximum millage, but what that is we are making a statement that this is the highest we will go, and we've just said we will go no higher than the current millage, and when we have the budget hearings, as Commissioner Lori said, we may, we are permitted to go lower. But this is for the, property
This
prices,
is,
right?
we have to set.
Right, it's a state form, and it's, the technical term is maximum millage, but we're not setting it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so I currently have a proper motion
I
in
never-
a second.
We never read the title.
What? Oh, you haven't read the title? So I'm gonna read the title? This
Resolution
is it, Bobby?
2024-3, a resolution of the city commission, or the commission of the city of Crescent City, Florida, setting the maximum millage for submitting the DR 420 certification of taxable value and for developing the budget for tax year 2025.
Okay, thank you. Karen, if you would do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Domingo?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so moved. Is he having some difficulty that maybe Karen needs to, Karen needs to help Commissioner Banks if we could? Why don't we, at this point in time, Commissioner Lori, are you good? Take a 5-minute break. So we're going to recess for 5 minutes while everybody works out their technical difficulties. I know
Give me the picture. Give me the paper, girl.
Okay, there you go. I will shut it down. We're not gonna- I'm not worried about it because I know.
going to, we had a request, so as you can see, we've got the, ordinances relating to the school district property, and then we have one regarding the water in the middle. So commissioners, if you are okay, we'll move that water one to behind, is that correct?
At the school.
To after the school district, okay? With that, I'm gonna go ahead and, Mr. Pickens? Honorable Pickens?
Ordinance 2024 dashboard ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, annexing by voluntary petition certain real property being parcel ID 24122700000040, followed by 4 zeros, located at the northeast quadrant of the intersection of County Road 308 and Union Avenue with the address of 1282 Huntington Road and located contiguous to the city of Crescent City in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of section 117.044 Florida statute and other controlling law, redefining the boundaries of the city of Crescent City to include said property, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing direction to the city manager to record the ordinance with the clerk of the court, with the chief administrative officer of Putnam County and with the Department of State, providing a legal description and a map, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing for non-codification and taking of administrative actions, and providing for an effective date.
And Mayor, our Mark Corrett, our planning director, is here to walk us through this.
We're gonna fix the,
Okay,
and the title, the parcel numbers from,
Do we need a motion before we do?
there should be 5 zeros. Parcel numbers showing at 5 zeros. So the first group of zeros is one extra.
There's only 4 in this.
There's only 4 in it.
I see 5. Mine's 24, 12, 27, 5 zeros.
I have 4 zeros, I have 4 zeros.
Well, that's on the agenda.
Oh, you're the ordinance, okay, ordinance stuff.
Okay, let me get started. My name is Mark Corrett, and the first item I'm going to talk about is the first of 5 items associated with the school board. So there's 2 different parcels. There's a parcel that is at this moment not within the city of Crescent City, and there is another parcel that currently is in the city of Crescent City, and they want to build the school on both those properties. So we're going to have to take some actions that will address both those parcels. And tonight, we're starting with the annexation of the first parcel. So, as we indicated, the property, it's 39.2 acres. It's located at 1282 Huntington Road. And you can see here that it is at the northeast quadrant of the intersection of, well, too far away, Union Avenue and County Road 308/Huntington Road. You can see that it is a largely vacant piece of property, currently used for agriculture. I want to show you this next slide. This next slide shows the property in relation to the city's current boundaries. Under state law, there's a fairly simple criteria for annexations. The property has to be coterminous with the city's boundaries. It has to be coterminous for a significant amount of its boundary. That is completely undefined.
Would you, just for layman's terms, explain that term for the audience?
Coterminous means they touch each other.
Condition, okay.
But the wording in the statute is coterminous. And the other requirement is that the area that you're annexing be reasonably compact. And what reasonably compact means is you're annexing in a piece of property that's sort of a regular geometric shape. You're not going down a long road to pick up a piece of property, in a serpentine fashion, so that you're hunting, picking, cherry picking, high quality properties, you're dealing with something that's contiguous and compact. This parcel meets both of those criteria. You can see here clearly a significant part of the boundary touches. It doesn't create any enclave of unincorporated property that would be surrounded by the city. So those are all the criteria that are in the statute. It's been reviewed by your staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission, and both staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2024-04, the application to annex the property located at 1282 Huntington Road, that's the corner of Union Avenue and Country Road 308, into the city of Crescent City.
I second that.
We have a proper motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have discussion?
Shouldn't the correction of the parcel number be included in that motion?
There's twice the parcel number, it's written incorrectly. And then on the second page at the bottom, it says the city limits of the city of Crescent. And that needs to fix city of Crescent City. That's actually.
So do you want to, would you add that to your motion, the two corrections?
Okay, what are these corrections? I'm sorry.
Yeah. They're in one title on the third line, those 5 zeros should be 4 zeros.
If you're looking at the motion, not
the
your,
ordinance.
yeah, I mean, at the ordinance, if you look at the ordinance and not your agenda item.
And the second whereas clause, the parcel number is there as well. And then on page 2, section 3, administrative actions, under C, it says the city manager designates are hereby authorized and directed to legally describe and map the city limits, or the existing city limits of the city of Crescent. So it just needs to have the city added.
I do have one question. Commissioner Burton, do you want to add those changes to your motion?
Yeah, go ahead and add those changes.
So those, okay. These have, Robert Pickens.
I've already done,
Okay, so in all my ordinances, I have him.
yes.
I have a big question mark, Bobby, I don't have you Xed out. Okay, so.
I have Holmes and Young City Attorney.
Holmes and Young City Attorney. Okay, I just want to make sure that we've already taken care of that.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on this? Commissioner DeVito.
I have a question, and this may be a question for the school district. My question, so we have, as you said, 5 different ordinances to accomplish whatever it is we're trying to accomplish here. Is this the ordinance where there's a finding that there's no urban sprawl? Is this the ordinance where you make that finding? The annexation, that it's not creating sprawl?
No,
Or that's in the rezone? That's in the rezone ordinance?
no, it's in the future land use.
It's in the future land use plan. Okay, so my question is, thank you. So my question really is, does the county have any objection to this?
Part of the requirement is, and I didn't go into detail on this, but part of the requirement in the state statute, the county has been put on notice, so they received a notice approximately 21 days before the 2-week advertisement for this first reading. So they've had over a month notice. And so in addition, there obviously will be a second reading and a second opportunity for them to indicate that they have any objection. This has been discussed with the county and with county staff. They've never raised any objections. The whole purpose of that notice was their opportunity to raise objections.
And I did fail, and please accept my apology. In the audience, we should have done this when we introduced this. We have our honorable superintendent, Sorensen. We have our honorable school board member, Holly Pickens. We have Mr. Bowling, and we have their staff. And so if you have any questions of them, please, by all means, thank you all for coming tonight and for sitting through this and for working so diligently with the city.
So that's all the question I have right now.
Thank you. For the school district, have you heard anything from the county, any objections?
None whatsoever.
Okay, any other questions on this? Okay, you do?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Commissioner Roy, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, I said I called the question.
Oh, no, I have to do public, I have to do public comment, yeah, I know, I understand, we got a process. At this time, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment at this time? Yes, Ms. Sykes, please come forward. State your name and your address if you will.
Diane Sykes, Crescent City. Just a point of order, there are elections coming up in October and the board, might change. And if you approve this now, what will be the ramifications if a new board came in and they didn't want to move the school or build a new school?
That's not up to us whether or not they want to build a new school or not do something. That's up to the school district. But this will already be in effect at that point, correct?
They do own this property, so the effect of that would be is they would own property inside the city of Crescent City that they could, land bank for some future decision, about the school.
Really just an effect to taxation, as they don't pay property taxes, so whether we have it or the county has it, it's not gonna make a difference. That's usually when you have an objection, so.
And I would think the board, whether it's a new board or whoever is here, would also take into consideration that this impacts our students here in South Putnam. And this is a tremendous benefit for our students. So for anybody hoping to run for office or thinking about that, I mean, just would hope that they would take that into consideration. So, any other questions? Okay, with that, here, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
I,
Commissioner Vita?
Aye.
Mayor Marsh?
Aye. Okay, first reading is passed.
Okay, so we're on to, two more items. I'm gonna talk about them together, since many of the issues associated with them are related. So I'm gonna talk about the background for both the land use change and the rezoning. You have to read the ordinances separately, have separate public hearings on them and pass them separately. But I'm gonna talk about them together.
And those ordinances, I believe, are 2024-05, correct? We just want to make sure that, in 2024-08, correct?
No.
05 and 06.
05 and
06. So we're dealing with the annexation, and I got that off the agenda, so that's not correct.
No, you're right, you're correct.
So, and these two ordinances are associated with the portion that
Okay,
you just first read on annexation.
okay.
Okay. All right, so, again, property location. This shows the existing future land use for the property. It is Putnam County Industrial. And the applicant is requesting to change it to City of Crescent City, public buildings and grounds. So that's a small scale comp plan amendment, because it's less than 50 acres. And they are also requesting, in conjunction with this, a specific change to the text of the land development code. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. I'm sorry, of the future land use element, not the land development code. And so this is a site-specific policy change that will apply just to this parcel. So when we talk about the other parcel, it will be a similar but different policy change that will apply to that parcel. The purpose of this policy change is to address an issue related to consistency with the comprehensive plan. There is some language within the city's comprehensive plan that indicates that schools should not be sited next to industrial property. Now, this is land that is already owned by the school board. They selected this property for a very specific reason. It's well situated in terms of its access by roads. It's very close to the existing middle school, which it will be replacing. We'll talk a little bit more about the characteristics of the property, but obviously in the view of Putnam County Schools, this is an appropriate location for location of a school. And so they have proposed with their amendment this policy change. I'm not going to read you the entire text of that policy change. It is a paragraph. We can get into details about it if you would like. But basically what it says, notwithstanding the policy that prohibits schools being located in adjacent to industrial, this particular parcel will be allowed to be developed as a school. And in addition, they will be developing buffers that will mitigate some of those impacts of being adjacent to a school. So
Is that all you have on those two?
Excuse me?
Is that all you have on those two? Because Bobby, before we do anything, he's gonna have to read those ordinances.
I'm still gonna talk about the zoning.
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
Yeah. Okay, so existing zoning, AG, and we're showing you the proposed zoning. So when we talk about the zoning, the proposed zoning is going to be consistent with the proposed future land use. And here's the proposed zoning, which is public facilities 1. That is the city zoning. It's a zoning that's associated with public buildings and public uses. Want to talk just a little bit about this piece of property because this gets into why the school has selected it. It's formerly agriculture. It's cleared. The natural resource, it's going to have no impact on the natural resources in the sense that the property has been, it's disturbed land and it's been used for agriculture for many years. It's like agricultural property. It's got deep, well-drained soils, which works great for agriculture and also works great for land development. And this particular parcel is outside the 100-year floodplain. And so we've already talked about the policy. I'm not going to go into each of the zoning criteria, but I will be happy to do so if you have any questions about it. Again, this has been reviewed by the Planning Commission and your staff, and we're both recommending approval of the comp plan amendment and the rezoning. Be happy to answer any questions you might have about it, and obviously we have the applicant here and they can answer your questions as well.
The one question in your report, it says that other criteria, the positive economic impact to expand the tax base, really wouldn't be right. We're annexing land that's not, we wouldn't be expanding the tax base because we're not taxing another government.
But it'll allow us to expand beyond this site.
Yeah, that's, yes, you're correct. This particular property doesn't. But if you were not, you've already acted on the annexation, but if you were not to do so, it would make it difficult for you in the future. In addition, I think this, schools tend to generate surrounding development that is a positive impact on your tax base. So this is a summary. If you go in the staff report, what is actually talked about in the staff report, which should just, I'll mention it. We do want to include that as part of the record in support of both of these. So both staff reports for the future, for the small scale land amendment and the rezoning should be deemed as part of the record.
Okay.
Mayor, I do have a question.
And well, we really need to, before we start asking questions, we need to act on the ordinance. As far as, Bobby, if you would read it.
Yes, 2024-5, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting small-scale comprehensive plan amendment in accordance with section 163-3187, Florida statutes amending the future land use map designation and the text of future land use element for a property totaling approximately 39.12 acres bearing parcel ID 2412 40 0040 and 40 located at the northeast quadrant of the intersection of County Road 308 and Union Avenue, providing for a change in the future land use map designation from Putnam County Industrial to Public Building and Grounds, amending the future land use element by adding policy A.1.9.4 relating to the use of the subject property, providing for implementing administrative actions, repealing all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for non-confrontation, and providing for an effective date.
Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion, please.
I make a motion that we approve ordinance 2024-05 with 2 changes, which is the tax ID number having an extra 0 on it.
It's on the first page, there's one on the first page, there's one on the second page as well. There's the 2 you're referring to?
Yes, I
I second the necessary corrections.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second with those 2 corrections to the ordinance. And also the understanding that Karen's already changed this. Do we have any other discussion, commissioners? Any further
When
discussion?
you were reading the title, you had the tax ID number in the title,
Yeah, he read it.
but it's not on the ordinance.
Yeah, it is.
What is it?
Yeah. This down here kind of wraps around a little bit, that's why it's hard to figure out.
I was reading off the agenda, so
I'm sorry, we're talking about
24-05, yes. No,
There's no
Commissioner
tax.
Moore, you are correct, because when you go here, bearing parcel ID, so when it says, that does appear to be missing in the ordinance.
How come it's not missing on my ordinance on this page today?
Was that the agenda?
Because that's the agenda, because that's the agenda.
I'm sorry.
Yes, the actual ordinance, it is missing on, it is actually missing on the actual ordinance.
That's what I was reading.
So do you want, would you add that to your correction?
Yes, I got that's my correction.
Okay, so then we have some questions.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Carrot, and I have a question also for the school district.
Okay,
So,
I'm gonna, we're having some sidebar somewhere here. Go ahead.
I'm trying to do your gavel for you.
No, I
Okay.
handle the gavel.
So, I asked you a question about sprawl, and you've made a finding, in your opinion, that there's no creation of sprawl. But when I look at this area, it's a very rural area. It's agricultural. There's not a lot of houses out there. And item number 2 says the effect on surrounding properties. I mean, I've lived a whole life in Florida. This is by nature, the definition of sprawl. It's going to have a positive impact, meaning it's going to increase the value of the property around the school. It's going to encourage individuals and developers to look at that to build a more urbanized environment. And I've just heard from the city manager that apparently we're planning on annexing the area to the west of there, which as far as I knew was also agricultural.
No, he said if, he never said we were planning, he said if.
Actually, I have an email that kind of says, but anyway, but this just basically, this is a very, very rural area. So how, by what definition, how is that not sprawl?
This is an area that has existing infrastructure, right? Typically, you think of urban sprawl as being leapfrog development, where a developer goes out beyond where utilities have been extended. They've gone out beyond where the road network. They're looking for cheaper property where local government has not made investments to provide services. So there is,
And where are the utilities exactly? Do we-
there are utilities in Union Avenue immediately adjacent to the road. And there are wastewater facilities about 1,200 feet away. So they'll be extending that as part of the project.
Okay, I just
In
want,
addition, you
I
have.
just want to make sure I understand that we are doing this correctly and we know what we're talking about, because it looks like straw, but you're saying technically because there are utilities there, it is, does not meet that
Well,
definition.
this, as a local government,
Right,
Crescent City has made significant investment in utilities. The county obviously has made significant utilities in seeing that this area is well provided with infrastructure, right? We want to see development in those areas where that infrastructure exists, right? So we make this efficient use of those facilities, right? You don't want to have
no, I
development that
understand
occurs
all
beyond
that,
that.
we don't need to belabor it more, thank you.
Okay.
But just out of curiosity, the area between Lake Argenta and the school district's property, do you know whether that's served by sewer or not?
Well, this area right here is going to be part of the site. That's
Right.
later on.
No, I mean, like the wooded.
Later on the
Right,
agenda.
correct, so Commissioner Banks.
So you have wastewater, you have sanitary sewer right here at this location.
Okay, that's what I want to know. So I also have questions, Mayor, for the school district.
Okay,
Um,
to,
So
y'all pick straw.
Ask a question.
Okay, so, right, it'll depend. So my concern is, we've had a lot of issues in Crescent City with student transportation, because it's my understanding, and I've talked to Holly Pickens about this with respect to one or two families. Isn't there the 2-mile rule that if you're within 2 miles, the school district can't bus you there?
That's gonna be Mr. Paul.
Yeah, he's their engineer.
Okay, hi, Mr. Bowling. My question is, by putting the school here, there are families that live near Middleton Burning that right now, from what I see, are walking. Will there be, and there's no sidewalk, I mean, you don't anticipate that children will be able to walk to this property in the near future, correct?
That's somewhat correct. If there isn't a safe walking path, then we're obliged to pick them up and provide transportation.
Okay, so I guess my concern is the kids that are living in Commissioner Banks' neighborhood and near Middleton Burning, they will not be in a situation where they will be without transportation.
That's correct, unless they are within 2 miles and they have a safe walking. So in other words, if there's a sidewalk that they could safely, and crosswalks that they could safely walk to school. And actually it's 1.5 miles for elementary students, to 2 miles are for high school students. But if they are in safe walking, if they're in safe walking distance, then they are allowed to walk. But if they are, if they call us up and they say, Mr. Bowling, we don't have a sidewalk, or we have to cross an unsafe highway, then we look at that individually and then we install a route to pick those children up.
So I guess and when do you anticipate this school opening?
That is 25, fall of 25, or sometime during the 25-26 school year.
Fall of 25. So, I mean, my concern is just that the school district plan for that. I mean, we kind of know where the students are. And I would hate for them all to have to call. I mean, if there is no sidewalk right now on Huntington Road.
Right.
I don't know how that will affect any children on Union. I don't think there's a sidewalk there. So I'm hoping that y'all will proactively plan for that transportation.
There's no school area either.
No, what I'm hearing is that you're wanting to make sure that this does not create a hardship.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm hearing as well.
And so that's what I've heard, is that we're not trying to create a hardship here, and that it's not just the 1.5, it's the 1.5 and.
Right, and I'm saying.
Mayor,
Yes.
well, I don't know about whether y'all been down to Pearson lately,
Yes, sir.
but you see that new school that they built down there? On the side, they got a wide runway for the kids to walk, but stays in Pearson out to that particular school. So maybe that might would eliminate some of the danger for the kids walking from that area.
Yes, sir.
That was put in with there was an FDOT grant. I'm also the planner for Pearson. So that was done by FDOT. They have a program, Safe Routes to School. So that's a possibility that both government and the school board can
Yeah,
perhaps
I've
tap
heard of that
into.
before as well, so we'll
Yeah.
look into that.
And that one is on a highway, while this one is on a county road. So that would
That
be,
would be.
Well, the traffic flies down Huntington Road, and personally, with all due respect to Commissioner Banks' suggestion, it's an elementary school, I would not want little children walking out there. Right now, the kids would really be very unprotected. As opposed to in town, we used to have schools in town.
By the way, that's an 8-foot, path, right? And it's separated from the traffic.
I know, that's like.
and when we annex this school, it'll still be in town. It'll be in Crescent City.
No, what I'm saying is when the children were walking past Central Avenue and there were a lot of people around, it was very unlikely that somebody could stop a car and snatch a kid. I would not, say that would be true for an area like Huntington Road. I'm just hoping y'all are gonna plan for adequate transportation. And then my other question is this school, so I assume all the plans for this school are done?
Correct.
They're done. And is there any, do you have any unused space on your land?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yes,
Because we always, in Putnam County, we had this discussion. We have an interlocal agreement with between the county and the school district and the municipalities, but it got lost and we never used it for years. And it talks very specifically about co-location of facilities. And there are potential facilities that could benefit the youth of our community if we could plan for them. So maybe we could have that discussion, even though it's a little bit after the fact, because you're telling me there's space out there.
Yeah, it's big enough, and I didn't understand the nature of the question.
Right.
But it's large enough to allow for growth. And then it's also large enough to include our transportation depot as well. That's currently on our high school property, junior high school property.
Right.
And it's getting very tight on that particular property, as far as practice fields are concerned and agriculture and things of that nature. So especially as we expand and build a new school there. So we have preliminary plans, or at least we're thinking about relocating our transportation depot to be on this property as well. It's large enough. And it hasn't been shown yet, but when you look at both parcels, parcel that's currently in the county and the one that's already in Crescent City city limits, combined, it's over 50 acres of property. So it's a good sized piece of property for a school.
Okay, and then my final question is, I guess you just prefer to be in the city. Was there a reason that you did not go to the county and ask them to change the?
I'll leave that one to the planner.
We did have significant conversations with Putnam County planning staff. Their process would have been much longer. So they would have gotten to their planning board a month later than we were able to do so. That would have pushed back also the Board of County Commissioners' decision. In addition, as you see here, we brought forward this as a small scale amendment because we're using that site-specific text policy. This is something that you're allowed to do under state law. It's actually written in the statute, and it's done elsewhere throughout the state. It's done very widely. I've done several projects involved with it. Putnam County has never done a project with a site-specific text amendment associated with it. So part of their plan was to go forward with the full text amendment, striking that portion of the policy that addressed industrial. That means that it would also get transmitted to the state, that the state would have a review of another 45. The school would not be opening.
Okay, so you're saying our process is more efficient? We're faster?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
bottom line?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
And we do have, very briefly, we, like one of some of the main interest lines that come into Clinton City that feed those feeders, coming up Union Avenue, so that's a plus. We always know when you close down a school that is built for a storm, that you're gonna get your life back on first.
So that, wait a second, I think that's gonna benefit you. Well, it would benefit your neighbors, and because you're right there, you can go to their house. The only question I did have is to make sure that since this is a county maintained road, that even with its annexation, the county would still be maintaining this road, correct?
They have not asked that we take it over, and obviously most of the road is gonna remain in their jurisdiction.
Okay, I just wanna, we're butting up to it, so I just wanna make sure. Okay, do we have any other questions before I open up for public comment? Okay, I'm gonna open up for public comment on this first ordinance 2024-05 of this recent description. Do we have anybody that would like to speak?
Okay.
Not yet.
Worst, questions? So who will be paying, for the utilities, for the water and sewer to be?
We already have water and sewer there. Is that correct? Water and sewer is already running there as we speak.
The water is right there in front of the site. Wastewater, sanitary sewer lines, about 1,200 feet away. The school board are responsible for extending the line.
McKinley Evans, 15400 to Sheriff Pet Road, Crescent City. I just want to know, is any private homes will be impacted in the space in that area where you're going to be setting that at? Because I'm always concerned about intimate domains taking stuff from somebody.
Now, if they already own the land, and so it's my understanding, there was no eminent domain that was done through this, correct?
Right, correct.
So far, I see people look like he is preparing to build some more homes in that area. So I think it's gonna be a plus. I really do, it's gonna be a plus. In other words, there'll be some homes gonna go around that school. Might not be right close by, but that's the start of the future.
I'm sure there will. Most of that industrial zoning that's been in place there has been there for many, many years. And as Charles said, it was largely aspirational.
And I think all of you can remember, the fella that had bought all those pine trees on Union Avenue there was intended to build some $250,000 homes there, but the bottom dropped out, so evidently he didn't start to, he locked it off not to sell it by lots. So I'm pretty sure that's gonna go forward in the future too, and that'll be a plus for the city.
That's where the city limits goes, that little L, right, that goes up, that was annexed in like 2008 or something.
Yes.
Yeah, there's that,
Okay.
not the north, but right north of that, going up along Union, but it's currently vacant.
Do we have any other public comment at this time, before I close public comment on this? Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Commissioners, we currently have a proper motion and a second for the first reading of ordinance 2024-05. Karen, if you do roll call for us, please.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. First reading approved. Then we go into, Bobby, would you read for us, please, 2024-06?
Yes, an ordinance of the city of Kansas City, Florida, amending the official zoning map for property totaling 39.12 acres located at the northeast quadrant of the intersection of County Road 308 Union Avenue from Putnam County Agricultural General to the PF1 Public Building and Ground Zoning District, providing for implementing administrative actions, repealing all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for non-complication, providing for an effective date.
I move that we approve ordinance 2024-06 with 2 corrections. The first whereas clause has 5 zeros, and then the last whereas clause says the city of Crescent. And then on the second page, the tax ID parcel, the tax parcel ID number has 5 zeros again.
And it is missing in the title.
Yes.
I second. Necessary corrections.
Okay, so we have proper motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any questions on this? Everybody's good? I'm gonna open it up to public comment. Do we have any public comment on this? Seeing no one come forward, Karen, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Lord,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay. First reading approved.
Just give it a second.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
2024-8 ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment in accordance with section 163.31874 statutes, amending the future land use map and designation and the text of the future land use element for a property totaling approximately 19.48 acres, bearing parcel ID 24-12-27-3350-1440-00000, located 1,300 feet east of the intersection of County Road 308 Union Avenue, providing for a change in future land use map designation from industrial to public building and grounds, amending the future land use element by adding policy 8.1.9.5 relating to the use of the subject property, providing for implementing administrative action, repealing all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for non-codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve ordinance 2024-8 with the correction that the tax ID number needs to be added to the title.
That's it.
That's it, sorry.
Second.
Let's see, yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, commissioners, do we have any questions on this? Good questions. This is to be used, this is the stormwater area, is that correct?
Correct. So this is the eastern portion of the site. They're going to put their stormwater facilities in this area. The reports, both for the zoning and the future land use are just part of the record. Almost everything that I've already said applies to this property as well. The only difference is that this portion of the property is in a wetland, and this portion of the property is in the 100-year floodplain. There, as part of the development of the site, they're going to have absolutely no impact to those wetlands. Those wetlands will remain untouched, the floodplain will remain untouched. They will, this will be the stormwater ponds, and they can just easily accommodate, by the shaping of those ponds, avoiding any impacts to the wetlands or their upland buffer. So.
Will they have to fence those, or will they be, how they?
I think all schools do end up getting fenced, so.
I just wanted to make sure, just
But
from a safety,
yeah.
that's, I had that in my.
Yeah,
Okay, from a safety standpoint, to make sure that was fenced off. We have a pond over at Harry Banks, and sometimes we have people that think they want to fish or swim in it, so.
City Commission, my name is Richard Noakes. I'm with Georgian Associates Civil Engineers of Record for the school board, Tallahassee, Florida. So working with St. John's Water Management District, we're actually not fencing in the wetlands, we're fencing out the school. I know it's terminology speaking,
Okay.
but we are not putting a fence on the property line, which would require going through the wetlands. So what we're doing is we're fencing on the upland side of it and then leaving the natural area completely alone. I just wanted to make sure that was clear because we're not actually fencing in the wetlands, it's terminology.
And the additional pond then that you'd be?
The pond itself is fenced itself, but that's different than the wetlands.
I was making sure that the pond was,
Yeah, that's true.
okay.
Right, and Mayor, I had a question for the gentleman, the engineer, or Mark, whoever. So essentially, the treatment of the wetlands property, that has to conform with St. John's Water Management regulations, is that right?
That is correct. St. John's has already made their site visit. As of 3 o'clock this afternoon, the permit is being routed and is technically approved, and so we'll have a permit next week, so we can get it off, but we've already got it.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
I guess they move a little faster. Do we have, I'm gonna open it up for public comment at this time. Do we have any public comment at this time? Okay, seeing no one come forward. Aaron, if you would do a roll call, we have a proper motion and a second on 2024-08.
Commissioner Barton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Meyer?
Aye. Okay, first reading is approved.
2024-9, an ordinance of the City of Crescent City, Florida, amending the official zoning map for property totaling 19.48 acres bearing parcel ID 241227 335014400000 located 1,300 feet from the east of the intersection of County Road 308 and Union Avenue from the L1 Industrial to the PF1 Public Building Grounds Zoning District, providing for implementing administrative actions, repealing for all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for non-codification, and providing for an effective date.
I make a motion to approve ordinance 2024-09 with one correction. That's in the last whereas clause, this is the City of Crescent.
And that's the necessary correction.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on this? Did you want to speak to this one?
No, I'll answer any questions.
We're changing it from industrial to.
Right. I know, just wanted to make sure he looked like he wanted to say something, so we have no questions, I'm gonna open up for public comment at this time, if anybody would like to come forward, please do. Okay, seeing no one come forward, I'm gonna close public comment. Aaron, we have a proper motion and a second.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Mayor Meyer?
Aye. So we want to go back to the seven. Okay. Thank you all very much, and thank you for working with the city.
2024-7 ordinance of the City of Crescent City, Florida, amending the public facilities element of the Crescent City Comprehensive Plan, providing for implementing administrative actions, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for the non-codification, and providing for an effective date.
We're gonna do the water supply plan.
Yeah, I don't have any slides for this item. So I was just thinking ahead.
Do you want to explain this before we?
Yeah, I'll explain. First of all, this is a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment. We're changing the text of the comp plan, and it applies generally to the entire city. So it is a large-scale amendment. So what that means is, what you're actually doing tonight is you are approving the transmission of this proposed plan to the state of Florida. It'll get transmitted to the Department of Commerce. It will then get sent out to reviewing agencies. Comments will come back, and once we've resolved any of those comments, you can then hold your second reading. I'll just be very brief. This is an action that we're taking because you're required to take this action. The St. John's River Water Management District amended their plan in December of 2023. And so we have 18 months to amend the city's water supply plan, and so that's what we brought forward. Tonight, what we have done is very simple amendments. We made sure that any of the population projections and dates that are in the water supply plan that the current existing water supply plan were in conflict with have been changed, so there are no conflicts. And we're using the data that the water management district put in their water supply plan. So even if we might have some quibbles with that information, their population projections for the city of Crescent City. Believe me, I've done this in a number of different communities. You just adopt the ones that are in the water supply plan that the water management district has put forward. Otherwise, they will have lots of comments on this, and they will not be approving our amendment.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve ordinance 2024-07.
Yes.
Amending the public facilities element of the Crescent City Comprehensive Plan.
Can I have a second?
I second with the necessary correction.
There's none. So I guess this means that when it says our population is going to stay stagnant until 2045, that's just their piece.
That's what's in their plan, and if we were to submit our own population projections, we would be justifying that to them for many, many months.
Okay.
Yes,
Commissioner DeVito?
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Carrot also. You ready, Ron? I have a question.
Okay.
So, along the same lines, on page 63, the water, whatever this is, the plan. we're approving.
Water supply facilities plan.
Right, water supply facilities plan. So it's authorizing us to have 67.53 million gallons per year. And it's pegged our population to grow by about maybe 150 people. So just two things. One, I think we were told when we did the technical revision to our comprehensive plan about 2 years ago, that we were in a water caution area. Or, as far as you know, are we still in a water caution area?
Not to my knowledge.
That's what we were told, that we're in a water caution area. That's what the planning agency told us. Okay, so if we grow, if we annex, if our population becomes significantly higher, do we have to apply? I mean, do we have to change our plan? Do we have to apply for more gallons?
You won't have to change this plan. I mean, at some point in the future, if you have a large population growth and you exceed what your consumptive use permits are for your plant, that's an issue that you have to deal with. This is a planning document.
But I understand it's pretty meaningless. We went through the technical revision 2 years ago, and that was the bottom line. We do it because we have to do it, and it doesn't really affect our operations. That's what I mean by meaningless.
The only thing that would affect your operation would be not doing it.
Right. Okay, so it's just interesting because we recently did a master plan, and somehow they came up with a population expanding to by about ×4 to be $8,000. I mean, $8,000, 8,000 people. And that's very different than the.
Well, he just explained that.
I know, I get that, but that's very different. So, okay.
They're not using necessarily real math with this.
Yeah, I mean, just
So we see.
understand that your staff is aware that these, there are other and hopefully better population projections that we could be using, but that's not what this exercise is about.
Right, well, it sounds like we're in the position to have to approve it, and in the future, you know, when we've approved it and things change, we're the ones that did it, so there you go. That's why I'm asking. Thank you. That's it. That's it, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions on this? Okay, I'm gonna open it up then for public comment. If you have any public comment, please come forward. Okay, seeing no one come forward, I'm gonna close public comment. Karen, if you would just please do a roll call.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Resolution approved.
24-10, ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending the official zoning map for property totaling 7.55 acres, bearing parcel number, or parcel ID 18-1228-000000110, followed by 4 zeros, located on the west side of North Summit Street, approximately 1,075 feet north of Citron Avenue, from the planned unit development zoning district to the planned unit development zoning district, authorizing the mayor to execute a plan development agreement establishing development standards for the planned unit development, providing for implementing administrative actions, repealing all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for non-convocation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mark. Do you want to explain this before we?
Yes. So this is a plan development rezoning. It is an expansion of an existing site. This is St. John's Recovery Place, which is a 45-bed residential substance use treatment center. It's actually authorized for 60 beds, but they have 45. They would like to expand it to 125 bed facility. And so what you see here is the vacant portion of the property. So this is the existing building, existing facility, and they want to construct 3 buildings here in the western portion of the property. There'll be office building, a male residential building, and a female residential building. Those buildings will be completely separate. Okay. Now, you might have noticed that we're rezoning this from PUD to PUD. So this property was rezoned in 2017 to PUD. There was an ordinance that was adopted. That ordinance indicated that there would be a subsequent development agreement and site plan that would be adopted within 1 year. That was never done. So what you have before you tonight is a draft plan development agreement. I'm not going to go through this document in detail with you, but what this document does do, it establishes the use of the property. So it talks about the 125 beds. It actually breaks that down, the type of beds and what sort of treatment each of those different levels will receive. It establishes development parameters for those buildings, things like setbacks, building heights, all the normal things that you would see in a zoning ordinance have been created special purpose for this proposed development. In addition, it also has performance standards for this particular type of use, some of which have been borrowed from the original ordinance and were intended to be incorporated into the agreement that never got created. They've been incorporated into this agreement, modified to some extent. A lot of what they were with the past ordinance did, it verbatim mentioned things that were in state law that when I went back and looked changed. So we haven't put anything in there that we think might likely change the state law or allows state law to regulate the medical aspects of the facility. But there are performance standards that are in this agreement, such as everybody's going to remain on the property at all times. These people are not going to have cars. There's going to be surveillance cameras. It's gonna be completely screened and separated. You're not gonna be able to see the residents, on the property in their outdoor areas. So there's those types of performance standards that are not statewide and that don't apply to all sort of medical facilities. These are site-specific standards that apply to this property here in Crescent City, all of which the applicant has agreed to.
Okay. Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion.
Commissioners, I move that we approve ordinance 2024-10 with one correction. The last whereas clause is the city of Crescent.
Okay, can I'll entertain a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Okay, Commissioner, do you have questions?
My question is, the fencing and the screening requirements, those are already in place, correct? I mean, the fence, there's an opaque fence around the entire property.
There's an opaque fence around the property, around the front portion of the property. The rest of it is screened by basically what I call a farm fence. They're going, so there's standards in here that they will have opaque screening, so it would be retention of vegetation, or they will install solid fence. So it's a performance standard, so.
And then I know in planning and zoning, there was, I watched that, there was a question about the helicopter pad that is there now. They're gonna be retaining that as well, correct?
Correct.
Commissioner, you
And we, six, I think, when we originally approved it, when it came in before the purchase, the new purchase, and I think it was 6 feet. We discussed about the front entrance fence.
I mean, I don't know what those original discussions are, but if you look at this from the front, it's completely opaque. You can't see it at all. That requirement will continue to be in place. So that is not going
And
to
that's
change.
something they want for their residents. My understanding, it's very important to them for their residents that they maintain their privacy. Commissioner DeVito.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Carrot, I think I asked the city manager about this. I'm not positive. Maybe I read it somewhere, or maybe it was in your report. So I asked whether any trees would be cut down, and maybe I saw this in the report, it says the land's already cleared, but it looks like on the southern boundary behind the existing building that there is foliage, there are trees. Do you know what they are?
When we get to site plan, they'll have to give us a tree plan. So they'll give us boundary, topo, and tree. So at this point, we don't know. We do know that there's a pretty good boundary of trees, but we haven't had a tree survey that's identified each of the individual trees. They will be, they're gonna be required to retain the foliage to the greatest extent possible. Now, for construction, some of that might be impacted, and so they'll have to fill that in again to make sure it's okay.
So, because we were given these plans.
Right, that's not a detailed site plan, that is, that is the, so if you read the agreement, which I'm sure you have, it refers to some overall development plan exhibits, and you have the full size of,
Okay,
a full size set of that.
so what I want to ask you is, I noticed on here, okay, so this is not a site plan, that's to come later. I noticed on here, there's specific numbers of trees and bushes every so many feet, blah, 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 blah. What I noticed about this, so that's still to be determined, or that's a requirement?
It's a requirement, but I thought you were asking me, do we know what the individual trees are that are currently on the property? As part of site plan approval, they'll be required to tell us what every tree is over a certain size, And so we will then, look at any that are gonna impact, and if they impact the trees, they'll have to provide replacement trees.
So what, and I'm familiar with the property, and I remember, Ms. Sykes and other residents were very proactive in asking a lot of questions for the 2017 planned unit development, so we talked all about the fence and all that. What I'm looking at when I look at these plans it seems like it's going to be very intensely paved and built when they get finished with it. I see notations about perimeter foliage, but from this, it doesn't look like there's really going to be any particular landscaping on the interior of the property. Does that sound likely to you?
Some of the renderings did shows extensive plantings. I mean, what is gonna happen is the three buildings are gonna be built towards the edge of the property. So they're gonna have some walkways, there'll be hardscape, and I'm sure that they will do some plantings associated with that. Part of, some of this discussion, and we're now gonna get into the weeds a little bit, but they're using a lot of those walkways are actually gonna be load bearing so that they can, so those buildings can be approached by emergency vehicles. So that might impact some of their ability to have the nice, pretty landscaping that they were showing us in the very first round.
And the development agreement does have a maximum impervious surface area, right, of 50%.
Yeah, so,
Still gonna,
Yeah.
they're gonna have to meet that somehow.
correct.
So it's not even completely paved.
Okay, but I understand it's a medical facility, I've been there. And,
Yeah.
they've given tours and
You
explained
might
what
want
they do.
to, okay, you might.
Right,
say-
But that's, the way that.
Sorry, to tell people your thing, Commissioner DeVito,
But-
trying to protect your interests.
You know what? I don't look down on any person.
I
who
didn't say
stays
that,
there.
I never said that, I have never said that, I just said, I'm trying to clarify.
Just sort of think, it'll be much more sort of a campus-like atmosphere, so just sort of think, that level of sidewalks, walk, pavement, that's what it
Okay,
is.
that's all the questions I have.
And this creates jobs too. I mean, as they add these beds, I think right now they're our second largest employer next to Winn-Dixie, is that correct? And so this is going to significantly, they probably will surpass Winn-Dixie maybe, yeah. Commissioner Lori has the-
One other question, when they're doing construction, are they gonna be, everything still coming in the front gates? Have they mentioned that? It just seems like those three buildings at the back, they're not gonna be opening up and going through the back.
Yeah, they're not allowed to have any access except from Summit, so they haven't asked for any alternative for construction.
And that agreement, was that the city, that the city never, with the agreement that's not in place?
I don't think so.
Are you saying I mean, from my perspective and my experience, the people that I would blame would be city staff. If you allow somebody to go forward and you tell them, well, they don't have to do a site plan or they're not gonna it'd be like raising your hand and saying, teacher, you forgot to give us our homework.
Well, but they didn't do the extension. They didn't build it.
Well, no, on the original, I think that was on the,
It was on the original, but they didn't do any, they didn't expand and build it, they didn't do any.
No, but they were supposed to,
Right, I mean, it should be done.
they were supposed to provide a site plan, which would have probably addressed some utilities, because there were utility plans that had to get done. And of course, landscaping. Now, obviously, they're responsible enough that they did a good job of landscaping.
and they've been a good neighbor, they really have.
Because, when they were originally planning to develop that place, the people that stayed behind was all for it. And we had some people stay on the south end of town that were kicking against it. And this all the way on the north end of town. Because they thought that people was gonna be, once they go through the process, they thought that people were gonna be trying to stay in Crescent City. So they didn't. And you had to wonder how people minds work sometimes, how people minds go. but that wasn't the case.
I was trying to protect Commissioner DeVito.
I have a question about the development agreement here. There's several corrections that need to be made on it. But is that something that I can just give to the afterwards before this gets approved?
Do you want to, go through, you
No,
want?
I don't.
Yeah, no,
There are several that need to be done.
Getting the vans would be.
I mean, I can, so, what, you want me to tell you all of them right now? I can.
I don't think it's necessary.
The second line says the city of Crescent, Florida.
No, it is this.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you something else. It says Summit Avenue as well. It's on the street. And I just, okay, but I can show you. But that's not.
So you can do that, that's not part of it,
Yeah.
that's not part of it. Okay. So if we have no other questions, and nobody has any other questions, do you have any other questions? Okay, then I'm gonna open it up to public comment at this time. If we have anyone that would want to speak to this, please come forward, state your name, your address if you will. Seeing no one come forward, Karen, I'm gonna send it to you.
Commissioner Burton.
Aye.
Commissioner Banks.
All right,
Commissioner Wood.
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito.
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Motion approved, thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, Lisa was never patient.
Okay, for the record. Thank you, Michelle, very much, we appreciate it.
I did that.
Okay, with that, I'm going to, suspend our current commission meeting and open up our CRA meeting. And so,
Mayor, this first time we're requesting to schedule a workshop. We do have a developer team that wants to give you a presentation about the Market Square property across the intersection. We thought it'd be best best format would be a workshop where you can ask questions and interact with them without worrying about the rest of the agenda. So I did provide some potential dates. Also, very later, I'm asking you to schedule another workshop for the budget, and then tonight we talked about a workshop for dog, wasn't it?
The parks.
Parks. So with that in mind, there's some dates there in the cover memo, potential dates where we don't have conflicts with our meetings.
I'm good except for July 30th and August 6th. I think it's one.
Commissioner Banks has left, so it's always becomes fun, so let's start with elimination. Let's start by elimination.
Right, well, Mayor, if I could, because, the city manager has July 16th and 17th. The reason we don't have a budget workshop on the 22nd through the 25th is because I'm going to be away on all 4 of those days, and I'm gonna be away that week. Don't we have a budget workshop on the 29th, correct?
And that's one on Monday, the 15th.
Yeah, the 29th.
So we're up on the 15th, so if we wanted to do the 16th, because we've got a lot that we've got to cram in this next bit of time, so is anybody available on the 16th?
Yes.
So could they be ready by the 16th, Charles?
I believe so.
Okay, you just gotta make sure it's a Tuesday with Commissioner Banks, that's usually not a problem for him, so let's wait, his should be
I
that.
say 3 o'clock.
The 16th is a Tuesday, so that would mean the 17th is a Wednesday, which is Commissioner Banks' church day. And BJ can't do that day. Then those next 4 dates, the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th, that's what I've already set them out. Then Mayor, you said you can't do July 31st?
I cannot do August 1st.
Oh,
August 1st, I cannot do August 1st.
And so
We
that
have one
leaves-
on the 29th. We do have one on the 29th, so that would leave, July 30th and 31st if you can't do the 30th, okay?
And then the 31st is a Wednesday.
Commissioner Banks, right now, we're looking at doing this on July 16th at 3 o'clock. That's a Tuesday. Does that work with you? That would be next Tuesday. Next Monday, we have a workshop, on our capital improvement. And then that would give us the very next day at 3:00. How are you on that, your calendar for that day?
What day is it?
That's the Tuesday, July 16th, next Tuesday.
And if the developers are not available, we can do that parts.
I thought we already had that one on July 15th.
We do.
We do. So this is for this parcel across the street on the corner.
Oh,
We have developers that want to give us a presentation.
okay, yeah, well, we'll come to that.
Okay. So is everyone good with 3:00 on July 16th?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 3:00, right?
Okay.
On the 31st, on that Wednesday, the next Wednesday. Yeah, 2 weeks.
I don't think Commissioner Banks can do Wednesday.
At all?
No.
Those are not good for him.
So the
And we're doing the
26th,
29th already.
24th, and 25th.
Now, this is just for this one, correct? This is what we're looking at. Okay, so we've got that taken care of when everyone's good with that. So we're gonna set that for the July 16th while we're still in our CRA, workshop. Our CRA meeting.
Mayor, the next item is related to that. We found in early discussions, talking about parking requirements, pervious surface, trees we want saved. I think it's important that, just like we did for the fire station site, we need a topographical survey of the property, just for our knowledge. So even if things don't work out with this developer, we have that data. So I went out and the surveyor that did the fire station site had a quote of $5,000, and the surveyor we've been using for some of our parks, so you can do it for $2,900. So my recommendation is go with William Snyder for $2,900.
That's the gentleman we hired to do new monitoring just recently.
Yes, and Fletcher Park for that grant. So this will come out of the CRA, the Central CRA Professional Services budget, which is why we have that.
And he's the one that we just hired, correct?
Correct.
Same one, okay. I thought you just said that we'd gone with, the other one, but, okay.
That's for the fire stations. So I move that we approve William Snyder for William Snyder to do the survey for Market Square.
Okay, we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any further discussion on this? Yes.
I have a question. Okay, so that's for the 2,900, that's coming out of professional services from the central CRA.
Yes,
So we have sufficient funds in that,
yes, we
and that we don't anticipate needing, I guess, for the last quarter of the fiscal year.
don't have anything else planned as far as professional services.
Okay, and so, I don't know, I mean, we have not even heard the proposal yet. You feel that it's better to do this now?
I do, because it'll be part of the negotiating we move forward. And this is gonna take a couple months actually to get this survey done, and all the surveyors are.
And it's a tool that we'll have in our toolbox that we can use as we market that property too, that we currently don't have. So. Correct.
Yes, I think Mr. Snyder is about 6 weeks out, he said. I believe that's, so
Okay.
it's a long time frame. So the sooner order it, the better.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on this? No. Okay, do we have any public, comment? Okay, no public comment on this, okay. Karen, could you do a roll call for us?
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Okay, so approved. Okay, we're going to close out our CRA and we can meet our regular scheduled commission meeting. Yeah, put on your new hat, your old hat. Okay, Charles, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an item request we bring back to you with an agreement. This is 2 South Summit Street. And the request is to essentially to invest in this building. This is a building that needs quite a bit of work. We've been working with the previous property owner, trying to find tenants and improvements. You know, we brought some ideas to you about several ideas for use of the property. And it has one unusable bathroom and it's just kind of a mess inside. So it does need significant investment. And then when you developed your ARPA program, which was for economic development, to fix up buildings, you really wanted to make sure that a tenant moved in. We didn't just fix a building that would remain empty looking for a tenant. So this parcel is, the decision side really is about, do you want to invest in this building? The grant would be for the property owner, but we wouldn't be writing a check to the property owner. We would be paying vendors as his plumbing upgrades, electrical, any interior work up to the cap. You asked us to bring back an agreement, which essentially was a zero interest forgivable loan, that if from 5 years to date signing the agreement, they sold the property, and there's some other stipulations, they would have to repay that based on scale. The closer we got to the 5 years, the lesser amount would be repaid. So we brought that back to you. It's in your packet. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this issue. We want to hear from people in the public. So we'll turn it over to you.
I have a question, and this just occurred to me very recently. This is American Rescue Plan Act funds. Can we actually loan those funds?
Yes. Yeah, so there's a couple things I want to talk about this, and actually something I just sat here and thought about. With the loan structure that I don't know how it's gonna be workable if we piecemeal it and pay, because once the document's recorded, whatever amount it is. So that's a consideration that we need to think about.
But explain that, Bobby.
So once the lien is recorded, in my mind, legally, how I processed it would be that there would be a lien that would be recorded on the property for $100,000. But if we're paying piece by piece, I don't see the workability of recording a lien, because the lien is going to increase with each output. So are we gonna have to record every single time that the city pays out money? I literally just thought of that.
So what you're saying is, we're not paying out $100,000, we're doing it as the work is performed.
And what I'm saying is legally, I don't know how we can obligate them to pay that back, because we would have to record a new lien every single time that the property, or every time the value of the whatever the check increase.
And it might end up being $98,236 or something that we have to do for. That's what you're saying, right? And it's still up.
Plus, every time we wrote a check, it's effectively saying we have to go back.
We're not gonna start over.
But to answer Commissioner DeVito's question, I had the same exact concern. I stayed up till 1 o'clock in the morning last night looking over. I do think, and this is gonna be an attorney answer, I do think that you could fit it into loaning the funds allowable, but it has to relate to some impact from the COVID-19 pandemic, increase to access to medication or to a pharmacy. I think you could probably fit it in there, but it's not an expressed somebody, it's not expressly in the literature from the Treasury Department.
Treasury regulation.
That a pharmacy is an expressly allowable use.
Did we talk to Florida League of Cities?
I have not.
Okay.
Yeah, they did respond. They sent the language, which is about as clear as mud.
Okay.
But it says, the way it's structured about a loan, it talks about principal and interest, and how that, we're not talking about that kind of a loan. So it's really difficult to figure out how it would apply. That the loan or the grant would be for this building and the property owner, effectively not for the pharmacy. The pharmacy could be greater access to booster shots and vaccinations as you want to relate it to COVID response. But we are allowed to use ARPA funds for small business impact in the community. That's why I came up with the idea in the first place, to use some of our funds for economic development. So I don't think qualifying them for ARPA is a question. I think whether you want to invest that much money in this property
And I will, to back that up, I will say that general investments into economic development that don't relate to the COVID-19 pandemic are not allowable under these funds. It's expressly in the final rule that was adopted in 2022 by the Treasury. So but at the same time, so just giving money to somebody to improve a building is, if it's not an allowable use under the other conditions, is not allowed. So you're gonna have to fit it into one of the allowable criteria to be able to use the ARPA funds.
Well, I guess that's what my concern is, because we're giving the money to the property owner, and Charles has said before, I think at the last meeting, we all said, well, what happens if the pharmacy doesn't open? And Charles said, well, the improvements would still be there. But our city attorney is saying the improvements have to be for a COVID-related use.
Not yes, but there are other allowable uses, like anything to do with water infrastructure or broadband infrastructure is allowed almost with no restrictions. But, yeah, and increase the public safety, the fire hydrants, there's
Right,
actually.
but I'm saying if the money is put into this building, and then the building is not used for a pharmacy or other.
Some allowable use of
Use.
ARPA money, yes.
Right, in
that's
other
going
words,
to be a
if it's a coffee shop, or, I don't know, coffee shop or a clothing store,
Even a coffee shop can qualify, because what you're saying is, particularly in this case, you're providing outdoor seating for people who are not enclosed and subject to catching COVID. So the COVID, I've been through it, every year I file a report, it's very broad,
Right.
how you say something is a COVID, just getting people out into a park is a COVID, and getting them out of buildings. So outdoor seating areas, a business.
Unconfined spaces.
Yeah, it's very broad in how you can define how this is a COVID-related response.
okay, so you're saying there's multiple options,
There are.
but that's not in the loan agreement. That ultimately the property has to be used for an allowable use.
Well, and I think that's really the question. Is this really an allowable use? And what I'm hearing from you are words,
If you want me-
meetings, they are-
If you want me to say, yes, it's allowable,
No, it doesn't appear to be.
I think it's allowable. Sounds like he doesn't.
no, I'm not, that's not what I'm saying at all. If you want me to give my word,
Oh, no,
and when I
no,
leave here, and that y'all are gonna depend on it and say, I voted for it because Bobby Pickens said it was an allowable use, I am not willing to say that.
I know.
Because, I know this is recorded, but the 198 pages that the Treasury put out is, I have been practicing law for almost 7 years, and I have a hard time even understanding, it's very contradictive
Yeah.
to itself, it goes around. I do think that an argument can be made that this would be allowable for ARPA, but if, I'm not willing to give a final.
But do we want to put ourselves in a position that we're having to make that argument?
Yes,
I don't-
that's where.
And so I think that's a concern of mine. Are we putting ourselves in a position where we want to have to make that argument and have to defend something?
And I don't know if that day would ever come. My thought legally is, this is $100,000.
Right.
It's not $5,000, where if somebody came calling, you could easily move $5,000 from another. $100,000 for a city our size is going to be a catastrophic event if somebody came calling.
So, ma'am, yes, if I could, so I guess what I was trying to say here is, and Commissioner Burton, keep in on that. So we're putting money into the building. We're hoping a pharmacy would open, but we don't have a guarantee of that. We're putting the money into the property. So the agreement doesn't specify exactly what the property is going to be used for, is that correct?
It says if the business that's going in closes or sold, the property is sold, then they'll have to repay.
Okay,
I forget the
but,
exact wording, but
right, but so we would be, I mean, I just don't want us to potentially be caught in the middle between the federal government. I mean, potentially So we're doing this as a loan so that if things didn't work out, we could recover the money. But you don't always recover money from a loan. That's not a guarantee of success, correct, Bobby?
You have to really read this loan though, because it says after 5 years, the loan is forgiven.
Right.
If they make it 5 years.
Right, so I guess what I'm saying is the way this is structured and these thoughts have come up, this is uncharted territory for all of us. These thoughts have come up. If the property is not ultimately put to a use that can be justified under the treasury regulations, whatever they are, I mean, the property owner has no obligation to use them for something that we're allowed to use the $100,000
And that
for.
they would come to us, and ultimately we would be the ones that would have to satisfy the better government.
Right, that's my point.
Yes.
That somehow there's something, there's a gray area there where it seems to me like we could be unprotected.
You know, my concern is more simple than all of this.
Right.
It's we have some people that bought a building, want to put a business in it. Now, I've had businesses, I've had to go in and the businesses that I've bought, I had to go in and put everything in there myself. You know, as a business owner, there wasn't somebody that was gonna hand you money to do it. I mean, as a business owner, when you go in and you buy a building, you kind of go in and you say, okay, I'll give you 200,000 for it. Because in your mind, in your pocket, hopefully you have another 100,000. After you look and you make your assessment of the building, that you think you're in that building up to code so you can do business. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm very simple-minded when it comes to that kind of thing. It's the business owners, you're the business owner. This is what you do.
Okay, ma'am?
Yes.
So, but we have in our CRA, we have economic development assistance, and we have been giving money to business owners.
But not $100,000.
Well, gave almost $50,000, and I understand $100,000 is a lot of money. My concern is A, code requirements, B, between the June meeting and now, and I believe some people from another business in town are here, potentially to speak to us. Between the June meeting and here, we have heard from another business owner who feels like this would disadvantage her business. And I don't know, I just have two concerns about this. One, I think it's great to help our central CRA because we have so many vacant buildings. And I think the city manager and I have a different philosophy on this. He's okay with improving the property. To me, giving $100,000, I want to have a reasonable assurance that a business is gonna go in and start producing and giving dividends, giving us a return on investment for that money. And I'm not sure we have that. And then I certainly do not want to disadvantage another business. And I'm concerned that we don't really have a good way to evaluate those questions. I mean, I don't feel like I have the expertise to sort all this out.
I felt comfortable when the terms kind of sounded like we could pay as things were put in and things were placed, but it doesn't sound like that's.
Well, I think that I think you can do that. I just don't know the workability of that along with a lien
Because
because,
have to come at the end.
but then nothing would be secure until the lien is recorded. So,
I'll share a couple of things that concerns me. Is that when the presentation was here last time, I didn't feel we got a strong business plan, that we had a strong plan in place. And number two, this is a building that's owned by someone other than the applicant.
Yes.
Okay, so the applicant, correct? So this building, and we're looking at, they said 300,000, there's like 259,000. So we're saying, okay, we're gonna do 100,000 But we'd have to coordinate that to make sure that all of those other, improvements were met also. So if we went in there and did the plumbing did some things that we needed to do, what is our guarantee? I mean, other than the fact we're saying that you have to open and you have to be operating, that they're going to do those additional improvements that make this building whole, make this business whole. And that concerns me. Also, we have no personal guarantees. So with the document.
If it passes, I was going to suggest, a little bit more than suggest, I don't know another word, almost require, to the extent that I can, that if it were approved, that it would require a personal guarantee by whoever owns the LLC and a satisfactory title search. What I mean by that is that there's no other lien mortgage recorded where we would be first in line, if something were to happen and we had to foreclose.
It gets very convoluted. This is extremely convoluted.
Very complicated.
And it's not, and we have to be careful too, because I mean, there is free enterprise and they could come in there and they could do it on their own. They could do it on their own. But I'm very concerned that we're, I don't know, sometimes we have to just, with everything in front of us, and if you don't listen to your, and I hate to make it so plain as this, but in listening to your gut. And I've not done that a couple of times, and this has really weighed on me for a month now.
Well, Mayor, I would move that we table this issue. And my rationale for that is, I think it's a different thing if we are one piece of a complete puzzle that's already been worked out. In other words, the mayor mentioned a more rounded out business plan with the funding elements in place. And I think it was discussed, we discussed at our last meeting that we were told we were the initial funding and then more funding would have to be secured, but the whole puzzle isn't there. I mean, if we're just one little part and it's all gonna flow and go, we have a sure timetable, that is one thing. The other thing is I talked to the city manager and I said, I feel like we need a little more expertise to evaluate this. Could the Small Business Development Center review things like this for us? But anyway, to make a long story short, I agree with the mayor. I would move to table it until such time, if ever, that someone would come back to us with a more complete plan that addresses our issues.
Do we have, the applicant is here.
Yeah, I'm going to.
We keep talking, we haven't heard anything from them.
I understand that, I mean, sometimes we just need to talk, but we need to talk it out, and then we'll allow them an opportunity, and we've also got other people in the audience that are here to speak, so I'll open it up for public comment when I'm ready to do so. So we currently have, so you've made a motion, you have a motion to table it?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, it's gonna die for lack of a second.
Okay.
At this time, I'm gonna go ahead and, I'm gonna ask the applicant if he would like, if he wants to speak.
Yeah, can come up. Maybe. Hi, good evening. My name is Tremaine Wade. I'm a pharmacist. You guys, pleasure to meet you guys again. I brought with me today, last time I did not have the owner of the building. So I brought her with me. Her name is Miriam. And so about the funding piece I mentioned last time. So since the last meeting, my partner and I have been able to secure additional funding to complete the building. So that's not a question at this point. We had not done that and also started the permitting with the, with my contractor as well. I know he submitted some things, related to that. So we're finalizing that. So it's a go, but yes, the ARPA would definitely help. Let me just tell you just from a business, just from a business person, when I approach Crescent City, I think it's important for me to share this perspective. When I approached Crescent City as a pharmacist, it was difficult finding any place to open a pharmacy. Okay. I approached the Plaza next to Save a Lot, that place is even more of a disaster. Okay. We tried the old Regent's Bank. Okay. My point is, part of the reason for this is to allow for business owners to come in to run a business. You have an issue in your city with buildings for business owners. So I want to put out at a first just to say that, hey, as a pharmacist, I want to come into your city to support, but there is no infrastructure. So my friend decided to purchase this building to help me. So the purpose of getting this was so we could open a business, but the purpose of also coming to this building was there was nothing else to do, a fine in Crescent City. So I just want to open that up to say, I know it's a lot of naysayers, different things, but just as someone, if you try to open a building here, it's challenging. It's not like Jacksonville when there's a commercial building around the corner. Okay, so I just want to kind of open that up and say, how did we get here? How did we get here? I think it's important to share that backstory because I'm sure I'm not the only one. All right, I'm done.
You're absolutely correct, and that is an issue that we faced with.
Yeah, so, what other questions you guys got?
Questions?
Do I have questions?
Yeah, does anybody have any questions?
Well, I guess, Mayor, to me, and it's not partly a question, but partly for the commission, I think, to me, I don't know about the other commissioners, it's important, if you have progressed or you have developments in your business plan or your funding, that we would want to see those.
Okay.
I would, certainly. Because as I said before, to me, I want some assurance that funds that we put in are going to result in, a business actually opening. And we seem to be concerned at the last meeting, that you weren't that far along in putting things together, but we don't have any more written communications from you.
So what specific are you asking? I submitted a business plan. You have the business plan. Are you asking for surety of funds?
I think that's what.
Okay, that's what you're asking for. Okay, all right, got it.
Well, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So I think one of the things also is with this lien agreement, if we can put a stipulation in there that it is a business that opens up that is a pharmacy, or something that would be qualified under our ARPA funds requirements. I mean, is that something that would be amenable to you? If we can add that to the agreement with the owner? I mean, I'm asking you, Mayor. Because our question, or one of our reservations here is that it's not gonna qualify under ARPA, but if we require that it be a pharmacy that goes in there, then that would apparently possibly give us cover.
Yeah.
And that way we would have some insurance that you're going to be, because if we do all this work to the building and then next month you decide to find another tenant and Mr. Wade decides not to come here, then we are under obligation to get, that money the federal government's gonna come looking for their money. And we don't wanna have to pay for that. We don't wanna have to pay back. That's a lot of money, as our attorney pointed out, that would be crippling to us. So if we could put that in, because that is something we do, put that in the lien requirement that it be a pharmacy that opens up or other
Yeah,
health
it will be a
businesses.
pharmacy, because when I purchased the building, it was only for pharmacy and,
And I understand that,
lab,
we need to have on paper.
test lab, test lab, laboratory, so they are going to open pharmacy and lab tests. So,
When you say.
I don't live in Crescent City, but my friend, Fred, pharmacist, he's the one showing me the city. I like the city, it's small and cute. So I like to, that's why I got the building, and I already signed the lease with him, with the pharmacist, and he is already paying the rent for me. So.
I think we just want some sort of assurance in our paperwork that that would, I mean, I know that you plan on it, I know Dr. Wade is serious about it, and I believe that he will open and be successful. We just need to protect the interests of ourselves in the city, the tax.
We can provide anything you want, like they just get the
grant to finish the location. And we have the lease, it's signed in April, from April 1st, and they give me the deposit and they pay this month rent.
What's the term of the lease? How long is it?
For 3 years, and we renew every 3 years. So we have everything we can provide, but I'm not gonna buy this location and just leave it like that.
Right.
Because before I was looking for something, I was just driving here, I had some brokers and say, you just buy, the city has to grow up and you provide more job if you keep investing here. So I decided to buy this building because I'm sure like 100% it's gonna be a pharmacy there.
We definitely know that there's a need for it.
Yeah,
And we
I
definitely
already
know-
signed the lease in from April 1st and.
And there's definitely a need for turnkey office space or rental space. I mean, that's.
Yeah, but it's gonna be two businesses there, it's too huge.
So it sounds to me, I'm hearing some chatter, I'm sorry, we're trying to hear her also. It sounds to me like you're already pulling permits and you're headed down that construction path without our
That's correct.
assistance.
That's correct.
Okay.
Like I said, just to get the plans, just drawn was $10,000. I mean, so I know people like, hey, you guys are helping, but like I said, I wasn't originally even interested in this building. I was trying to find something more turnkey. Say stop challenging is an understatement.
Bobby, my question about putting that in the agreement, is that something that we can add to that?
I mean, yeah, if they agree.
Right, yeah, she has. I mean, this is definitely something that, I understand that it is a lot of money. I also understand that doing business in this town is difficult. And to say that it's, I mean, as you said, that there's a place ready is ridiculous, there's not. So I mean, and that's this barrier that we have with businesses coming here, is we don't have any place they can just come. Nobody wants to be a property owner and a business owner. I mean, it's a lot of work. And if you have to buy property, build a building or renovate a building, which is what happens, that's just a lot of headache and a lot of work. And I mean, we've seen this problem before with people coming to the CRA, correct? I mean, we get business inquiries all the time. And it's, I mean, so we have to, at least some where we have to, take a risk and start the process and get, something going.
Well, and we have started that process,
We have.
and we've taken care of several buildings here in town, and they continue to remain vacant.
Well,
And so that's,
we have
that's
businesses in some of them too.
we do, but that's just my concern, you have your concerns, and I have my concerns.
A lot of people bring up the, I don't know, $40,000 that we gave, Scott King.
We didn't give anybody money.
Well, listen, hear me out, that's the way people.
Yeah, let's not get, we're trying to figure this out and talk it out, and
I
get it
just
tested.
want to say something. King's has been here forever. He's an anchor almost on that corner. Right now, we're looking at a newbie. We don't know the people. And I think sometimes that kind of makes us uncomfortable too. We don't know, I don't mean that to be mean, but we
No.
don't know you know? And so, to just hand out that $100,000 is, you gotta think about it. We wanna make sure that we do it correctly, that's all. We wanna make sure.
Do we have any more questions, right now for them, otherwise we're gonna have to do something, I don't think it's, well, commissioners, you have to decide, so somebody's gonna have to either make a motion or whatever.
So I move that we go ahead and approve the application with the recommendations that we've made to change the loan application to include the pharmacy as a business that is required.
Yeah, but that's still not saying about the funds. $100,000, I think that's what the hold up. The hinder, am I correct?
Well,
The $100,000, whether we, take an opportunity, whether we lose it, if something happen.
Before we make this,
I'm gonna,
yeah, please open it up.
because I think there's some concern, and I'm going to, we're not gonna vote, I just want everybody to know that it's a,
He just,
I just
No,
he
no,
just
wait,
made a suggestion
but-
for a motion.
but,
I made a
but let
So
me,
now
let
getting,
me,
now
okay,
getting a response.
sir, wait just a moment. What has to typically happen, okay, is that we have a motion, we have a second, and then we go into discussion, and then we open it up. Just because there's a motion there does not mean that motion, anything will happen with that motion. She made a motion also, she didn't get a second, and that motion died. So we're not making a decision until we've given everybody an opportunity to speak. I just want to make sure that the process is explained so that you don't think we're doing something without giving you that opportunity. So you currently have a motion,
I'll second the motion so we can discuss it.
so we can discuss it. Okay, so, at this time, if we have no more questions of the applicants and the applicant and the business owner, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have any other questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, not at this time. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am gonna open it up for public comment. I know, Taylor, if you wanna come forward, please. If you would introduce yourself, please state your name and your address if you so desire.
My name is Tayo Olayinka. Thank you, Commissioner, for giving me the opportunity to address this forum. I have been in Crescent City since 2005. I used to be a pharmacist for Winn-Dixie. Prior to that, I was a lecturer in pharmacy. I was a teacher of pharmacy students. I have the privilege to have been in academics. I've also worked for Echo Drugs. For those that might remember Echo Drugs, I was a pharmacy manager for many years. And I was working in Winn-Dixie. I started a store from scratch. If I speak like a Southern Belle, please forgive me. So in 2005, Winn-Dixie store filed for bankruptcy. I lost most of my retirement benefits. I was given a brand new store to open in Oviedo, Florida. That store also faltered. I grew that store to the point where my manager invited me to run the store on Colonia Street in Orlando.
Yeah.
Yes. And I remember there was a Mr. McDonald. When he saw my passion, he said, if you ever have the opportunity to hire you, I will want you to run my business. That gave me the impetus. And I decided to open a pharmacy. I cashed out my whole 401k. I looked for a store that was flat, that was in trouble. If you remember that store, it was under a different management. I drove to Crescent City. I was a widow and I had young children. And I worked hard with all the money that I had, with all the passion that I possessed, and I grew that store to what it is today. And by the grace of God, it is still surviving. These are my staff. These are 3 of my farm technicians. Some of them have been with me for 12 years, 7 years. I have nurtured them. Some of them I had from Dollar General. I trained them and I certified them. Some of them now work for the state. They've gone to higher things, which I am very proud of. Like I said, I was a teacher. This is my pharmacist. He is a well-renowned pharmacist. He retired. He worked for Kmart. He worked for Echo Drugs. And we are here to build a society. We love what we do. For those that know me, I still rent from community medical to this day. We are not, during the COVID, things were tough. I took a loan on my house, equity line of credit. The girls know me, I do not owe. We run a business. When you have a business, like Commissioner Button said, you invest in it. You don't look for things, you do what you have to do to make it work. We have every morning, every Friday morning, we celebrate. Because the way the business works, you are given a line of credit by the wholesaler. See, what you have done is to give him, if you build this building up, there is really no risk much for the pharmacist. I know what I'm talking about because I've done it before. Based on the fact that he's going to liaise with an existing pharmacy, he's going to be given according the same credit line. So what I'm saying is that you are carrying the risk for this business. And I say it authoritatively. Because the major thing is to establish that initial harm, which the other partner is going to do. And the survival of the pharmacy now depends on how passionate you are with. If he's coming into town, I cannot stop a pharmacy from coming to town. I do not possess the powers to do that. And during the COVID, we had HE problems. We got into vaccination. I'm very privileged to say I vaccinated the male, and I took a picture. And also,
It didn't hurt, it didn't swell.
this place is my life, pretty much. It has become, I'm 64 years old, I'm not growing younger. And I do not see myself retiring. It has nothing to do with money. It has to do with the passion that I have for what I do. Nobody offered me any help. The first time I ever saw you, including the manager of the city manager, I think I was working and the mayor walked in. She popped in and I walked out. I was so busy, I wasn't even sure who I was talking to. And they told me they were there to invest, to just check how the building they were going to paint. And I was particularly happy about it because you could see my building is very dated. I'm renting from them, but finances are very tight. The good thing is we do not have any top level executive to siphon our money. Our money is invested in our people. The moment when Dixie opened or closed down, those people were my friends. They were not some strangers. They are not competitors. We were a team. My daughter is a pharmacist. She's a clinical pharmacist at Vanderbilt. I love the profession. It is, to me, a passion. So I wasn't like, oh, when this is gone, there's more money to be made. That's not what it is. Well, like a pharmacy, when they closed down, they brought that things to me. Those guys are my friends. We love what we do if you're a pharmacist. It is not about just the money. Money is great, but it's just a means to an end. It's not an end by itself. What I do for my people, for the people that work with me. The first thing I did when I saw the workload improve, my girls are still sitting there. I have two other people. I increased everybody's salary. They must make a living to be commensurate with the additional work they're going to be doing. And I told you I was going to do that. I also bought many things. The first thing I did was open a line of credit with Bank of America. I did not come to you because this is my business. If you want to do a business, you go in with it with everything you've got, and you either sink or you swim. That is business. You cannot put, the Bible says you cannot put your hand on the plow and look back. You are all in it. And so when I heard this, I never knew anything about APA, CPA, never. I was not hunting for it. They know me, we celebrate on Friday mornings when we pay our Marisol. Tomorrow morning, I'm paying the wholesaler. It's EFT, they don't ask for your permission, they draw it out. So you have to be ready. And we celebrate. Sometimes if we have extra money, we go to Wendy's, the other Wendy's. Which is a fact, right, girls? My girls are here. I enjoy their lives, they are like family to me. My birthday was last week. They celebrated me in a way that I cannot be celebrated more than that by my children. My pharmacist is my friend. He's a staff pharmacist. I am the owner, but we are a team. And my customers, some of them are here, they know me. I will go the whole 9 yards. If you tell me you're on your way, and so on the premise that this thing was being considered, nobody asked me if there was even any help available, because I didn't think that is possible. I came here into this country in 1993 as a student, as a PhD student. I have never gotten a single freebie from the government. I've earned my way. I never, because this is a lot of the American dream. You work hard and you get the rewards. My mother told me there's no free lunch, because if they give you a free lunch, it is spoiled. You've got to work hard and earn it. and I believe it. I come from a family of merchants. My mother is 82 years old, she still has a store. So what I'm saying is that I never knew of any help. I'm not debating, we're not here to argue against anybody opening a store. I'm not here to debase or denigrate any business. But I just don't think it is right to give any business $100,000 directly or indirectly because they're going to be the sole beneficiary. My store is really old. We can't even change the signage. If those of you that know community pharmacy, you see how dated and old it is. I bought a carpet cleaner to clean the carpet myself on my days off. And I enjoy doing what we do. And the whole idea that I'm here for is that so you can see me. I have a face, I have a personality, I have my staff that depends on me, on our business. And of course, like I explained in my letter, fresh and new is a good way. It's always an impetus. It attracts more people into the store. My store, you can't make a store so ritzy and fancy after $100,000. Give me $100,000, I'll put a drive-through there. I'll make a ritzy pharmacy that I will give you everything you ever need better than any other store you could imagine. I'm running from Dr. Eldick and his business there. The law for Dr. Eldick, which has been favorable to me, they do not do any maintenance inside. I do everything by myself. We clean, we do the windows, and for the hours, we actually did a calculation based on the usage, on the prescription we fill. We see that in Crescent City, after 5 o'clock, the business dies. And you know, customers will always be stragglers. And because of that, we open on Saturdays so that we can accommodate people that cannot come during the week. I'm always there at least to 6:30 because I have to do my order. You cannot call the pharmacy and say you're on your way and I'll shut the door on you. It's impossible. Today, we went to hunt for an address that is not even known. So we put our heart and soul in this. Nobody has offered me any help. Nobody has asked me for what I needed. And yet, I heard through the grapevine, I wasn't looking for it until somebody walked into the store and told me that the community is out to get you. The person has a name, I called the doctor's office immediately because I was scared for me and my girls. So we have done everything right. I don't think we should be penalized. I don't think we should be thrown under the bus. We live in Crescent City. I've been in this town for September 8, 2005, in Crescent City. The city, I've never been here to ask for a single thing, any special favors. I believe in working hard. And to the glory of God, I'm so proud of my staff and their families. They have thrived. They bought homes, they bought cars, and they're growing. And I think you should help us instead. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much.
Any questions, please? I think I tried to be explicit. I used to be a teacher.
I can tell. Commissioners, before we go further, I need a motion to extend this meeting.
I move that we extend, how much more is that?
Probably,
Till
at
10:30.
least another 30, yeah, till 10:30.
10:30.
Okay, and do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Do we have any, do we have any nays? Nay. Okay, motion passes. Do we have any other public comment at this time?
Yeah, absolutely. Diane Sykes, Crescent City. I am a current and past customer of Community Pharmacy. I want to tell you that when Winn-Dixie closed down, the only significant change, because as the pharmacist does, she stepped up. She increased her staff and they managed to, the only impact, instead of getting prescriptions in 4 hours from Community Pharmacy, I have to wait until the next day. And if I can't handle that, it's poor planning on my part. But they are wonderful, and I don't believe, as was stated, the city didn't help them go into business, so why would we use ARPA funds? First of all, I think it's wrong, and second of all, I think it might be illegal, because the ARPA funds were intended to help businesses that were impacted by COVID-19. Since this new pharmacy wasn't even there, it couldn't possibly have been impacted by COVID-19. So unless the city wants to see another possible lawsuit, I would encourage you not to violate the law and provide ARPA funds for a business that did not even exist.
I'm just gonna say this, we really don't need to be fretting about lawsuits.
No, I'm just talking.
We're discussing this as adults here tonight, and, we don't need that extra drama.
Good evening, commissioners, staff, and the distinguished guests. I know it's a little offline, but I just want to say thank you to the Putnam County Sheriff's Department. My sister Neoma Latoya Brown, that was the lady got arrested at Winn-Dixie, and I had some incidents out there. And I just want to thank them for their quick response. No one got injured, no one got hurt. My sister's been a whole lot better. She bought a house and we left her. We now have, they have a veterans crisis line now set up for veterans. So whenever we feel a certain way, we can contact them and they'll talk us through our situation. So I just want to say thank you to the Putnam County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do we have any other speakers on the applicant that we have before us right now in the pharmacy?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Gerald Watts, I live at 404 North Lake Street. Just 2 points. One, and I don't think, to be sure, it's not a referendum on, one business versus another or what have you. But 2 points. One is I recommend that you guys are making a decision, that you take a minute to look at the cost and benefits of the new business or the investment. Job creation, additional, which is major, which will create more disposable income, additional tax revenue to the city, as well as any other spin-off businesses that could either be located there in some additional space, or that would be complementary to having, a pharmacy in that location. Really at the end of the day, for all those who've been here a long time know that corner is an eyesore. And regardless of what type of business goes in there or not, even if they didn't work and they left in, whatever time it was, 3 years or 10, the upgrades and the improvement to that facility will remain. So whatever else goes in there, from the point of view of the city, it's a plus, because now we have a more rentable, saleable, leasable space that will be more attractive to a future business owner. That's the first point. The second point is, and I know you guys spend time and resources visiting a lot of the conferences and what have you in your industry. And one of the things I'm sure you know is that a lot of cities, both large and small, have economic development, business development, incentive programs to attract new businesses, particularly in areas that are underserved, et cetera. I'm sure Charles is well familiar with a lot of from loan programs, low interest loan programs, grant programs. We even do a little of that ourselves. How that could fit or complement with the source of funds you guys plan to use. I think looking at it from 30,000 feet is something that we need to look at. Maybe this situation is an opportunity for us to open our eyes and consider that, because we do have other spaces in this town that could be developed. I mean, our main strip, you're right here on Central Avenue. And so I think that, what kinds of incentives, what kinds of things can we do as a city to attract new business to come in? What kind of support can we give? I'm in the financing business. I mean, I finance businesses every day, so I understand bootstraps and, going all in and doing what you got to do. That notwithstanding, there are resources and strategies that we could develop to attract new businesses to move in spaces that need some help. So consider that. Economic development benefits and what have you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
30 minutes.
Do we have any other speakers? So commissioners? We have a motion. And we have a second. Bob, do you have anything to say regarding the way the motion was?
Yeah, just if you're gonna pass it, it needs to be subject to a personal guarantee from the managing member of the LLC that owns the property. Because what can happen is if the LLC just signs as the managing member and they file for bankruptcy, then we just lost $100,000. And
What
then
about
also,
the business owner? I mean, what about the building owner?
that's what, the property's owned by LLC.
Okay, so you're talking about them and not Trey,
Yeah.
okay.
And then there needs to be a clean title search where there's no liens, because Florida's a race jurisdiction, so whoever reports first gets first in line priority. Besides the federal government, they get priority over everybody, but other than that.
I just have one more question. You said that you've gotten some more funds to help you with this. So the last time we talked to you, you said, give us 100,000 or it won't get done. This time, do you actually need $100,000 or the extra funds that you found? Will that supplement, where we won't give you, or we won't have to give you $100,000? Does that make sense, my question?
Yeah, I guess the best answer I can give you is that, considering the considerable amount to do that building, I would prefer to have ARPA and my fund, just because that's to really do the building justice. But if not, then yeah, I can, I would just have to do it on my own. But it wouldn't be maybe the significant improvements we want to do to the building, if that makes sense.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you kind of know where you fall short, and it's not 100,000, let's say, geez, you need 25, or you need 35, or 50.
That would be a plan B, to have to get back with the contractor for this to kind of piecemeal that together, what that would look like, if that's what you're asking. So, hey, Trey, we don't give you 100, we give you 50. That's what I mean, I have to get to him and, okay, what is the thing that we absolutely must put in the building? And then,
Well, see, I guess I misinterpreted what you said. Yeah, I think, what I said, or what I heard, was that you have found some more money to.
I just went and secured funding, that's what it is, after the meeting.
I think, we missed, I think what we need to do is table it and study it and get a more clear understanding. With all the rest been going on here just about tonight, I don't have a clear understanding. So I think the commissioner brought a good point. We need to table it and study it, and then come back and make a decision what to do and how to go about it.
So let me ask you, and we currently still have a motion, I understand we have a motion on the table, okay? We don't have.
It was on the motion.
No, he did not make a motion.
He said he thought that's what we should do.
He said that's what we should do. He did not make a motion. You currently have your motion on the table with a second from Commissioner Burton. This would be my recommendation, that it sounds to me as if you have secured funding. I also have owned businesses. I've owned multiple businesses. I had to go into buildings and I've had to build them out. And I know, and oftentimes when I've had to build them out, it's kind of like when you have to buy your first car and mom and dad make you pay for your first car. And how you feel about that car. And, but it sounds to me like you have secured funding. You're gonna go forward with this. Commission, I don't know that by us tabling it and stringing this along, it's going to do anything. I would say that it would be that you go forward, do what you need to do, and if you find as you're going forward, then possibly come back to the commission. And with anything that, that you feel, that would be, I cannot make a motion, but that would be something that I would suggest to us as
Well, Mayor, if I could say something in response to that. Like Commissioner Banks, I don't feel that we have enough information right now to make a responsible decision. Certainly, if Mr. Wade came back to us, he asked me earlier, what do you need? I would say, really, to me, when you're loaning or granting someone a significant amount of money, you need to know exactly where your funds fit in and exactly where the other funds are coming from. And as Mr. Pickens said, are there any liens? I mean, you really need to have everything in writing, out on the table, and constant communication. Gerald Watson mentioned a couple things. The reason I suggested tabling or allowing Mr. Wade to come back to us, there are other ways that we can help businesses, as Mr. Watson said. We can make different kind of loans. We can, as far as I understand it, isn't this right, Charles? We can give like a TIF rebate to a property. Is that not possible? Right, so, we want to help businesses, but I don't think we're ready to use these funds in this particular project at this time.
Well, and I think that's exactly what Mayor Meyer said, that they need to get started, and as they move along, and they feel a need for us to possibly help down along, a certain road, they should come back at that time, that they need. Did I kind of understand that?
Yeah, that would be
So I just-
something that I would say that's something that we should possibly consider, but currently we have,
I'm gonna rescind my second.
okay,
So if I can just interject here, so the purpose of ARPA was for the building. I know I made it plain in the past, the pharmacy inside is my responsibility. Well, that's what I wanted to do. So I'm not quite sure when I'm supposed to come back. Do I get the inside of the pharmacy going and then I'm open for 3 months and hey, I need you to do the exterior? I'm not, you gotta know what I'm asking.
Mayor, if I can, I think maybe this is something that Mr. Wade should be meeting with our city manager about. I think the city manager has heard our concerns. We've expressed a desire for anyone that we help to have a more complete package of information. And so I would think that would be something that you would talk to the city manager about, and he could clarify all that for you.
Okay.
and we do have, we have a lot of buildings that, most of the buildings that are vacant, there's a reason why they're vacant. It's not for lack of businesses wanting to come in, it's a lack of, the buildings just not being turnkey and ready. And so when they do come in, they have to make a big investment into the community with no guarantees. And that's always, as a business owner, that's always it's a big risk. So you said you're rescinding your second, okay, so we currently still have Commissioner, Bobby, can she rescind her second? I don't know why she couldn't rescind her second.
I think you withdraw it.
Or withdraw it, I think that's what she was trying to do, is,
I can withdraw my second.
can't she, Bobby? Yeah. So she's withdrew her second, we still have a motion on the table. Well, I'm asking for a second, Commissioner Lori, so do we have another second? Okay, it's gonna die for lack of a second, so now I'll entertain another motion. Do we have another motion? Somebody?
I had a motion to table it, but it didn't seem, I think that's kind of semantics.
We're gonna have to address this, so we have to do something here, so. If there's no action, there's no action, so we're okay, Bobby, and we'll just move on, and
You can't,
Well, I think table it will be in place.
But there's
well,
no motion.
To get more information.
there's no motion.
Well, the thing is, though, I think what we're trying to say here is, I would like to see them proceed on their own as business people to do something, to start doing something with the building. And as they proceed and they get to a certain point, where they might need some help from the city, at that point, come back and give us a very specific thing of what they need help on. In other words, like they said, well, they're willing to build it out, but, we'll give money for the outside or something, I don't know, what it might be, but right now, we just need I feel I need a commitment from them that they're gonna get started and get going. And we're pretty generous once we see that. Okay, so that's kind of where I would like to be. Tabling it just means we're kicking the can down the road. And it doesn't make any sense.
So this will, right now, we're gonna move on from lack of action. Thank you all for being here tonight and for sitting through this and for your presentation. For anybody watching, for anybody in the audience, there is a CRA program. And so if you want to get in touch with Christina or Charles, you're always welcome to do that and talk to them about any options available.
Madam
to
Chair,
this
can I,
program.
can I
Yes.
raise a point of personal preference, personal comfort? Can you turn the air conditioner down?
Yeah, his house is cold. You want me to turn it up, right?
Yeah, turn it up.
Turn it off. I'm sorry. Because I didn't like, I can't even shake it. I can't even talk.
Right, the air is just low.
So, okay, I know, but we need to move on. Okay, so with that, we're going to go to, we're going to go to the consideration of designs for entry features for north, south, and west city limits. And Charles is taking care of ours.
Or you want to bump this to a It's a long conversation.
But I did my drawings.
That's really good.
Isn't that pretty?
I like the flowers thing too.
They're all gone. I printed at one time.
Don't we need to set 2 other workshops?
Yeah, that's next. That's when we do the consideration of the design for entry.
Well, I move that we move that to the next agenda, next meeting. We don't have time, I mean,
I will second.
Okay, so I need a motion.
I move to table it till next month.
Okay.
The consideration.
The signage coming in and out of town, welcoming people.
Yeah, me too.
So I need a second, so we have a motion.
I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. Schedule budget workshops, Charles.
The date, after the,
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
let me put brakes on. What did we do with the other, I don't know what we were discussing about in Farmers?
There was no action taken.
We took no action taken, he's gonna go over it and, yeah,
Oh, okay, I just want to get some clear.
yes,
Meg,
yes.
None of us really felt comfortable with the whole thing, so.
Yeah.
right, I was going to say too, Commissioner Banks doesn't seem to feel done with this. One of us can always work with the city manager and work with the applicant and ask this to be put on another specific agenda, correct?
Well, yeah, but we don't have to, but he can talk to,
Right, that's
to
what
work
I'm
with the
saying.
city manager,
Yes.
the applicant can work with the city manager if he wants to bring it back.
so it'd be good to have this last budget workshop, which would be the enterprise funds, before August 8th. Because that's the last meeting before adoption.
Okay, so we've got one on the 29th. Do we want to do it on the 30th? You can do the 31st, but Commissioner Banks couldn't do the 31st, that's a Wednesday.
What about August 1st?
I can't, no, that's my anniversary.
Oh,
Sorry, but I am out of town, I said that's the only time if I'm out of town. Yep,
We do
37.
5th or 6th. August 5 or 6.
What about Tuesday the 6th?
No, that's the one day we can't.
Okay,
The fifth?
Monday the 5th?
Rachel, can we, but I'm fine with it.
On the 5th, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
So,
That's the partnership has organization.
August the 5th, you said 3 o'clock?
Can we do 4 o'clock on the 5th? Nope, you know, that's, we've got, yeah, that's for, yeah.
That's what?
It's May, you got your partnership will have your, that afternoon, don't you have Oregon?
That's set usually.
But don't you have, you don't go to Oregon?
Marcus, that's six.
Okay.
And
Well,
Morgan,
this will be from 3 to 6, probably.
Yeah. he's fine with that. Rachel just doesn't like it.
Okay.
That's not a big deal.
Is everyone good with the 5th?
At 3 o'clock. Sorry, Rachel.
August the 5th at 3 o'clock?
Yes.
Sorry. Doesn't bother me. And this is in press funds?
Yes.
Do you need any other dates?
You wanted a parks
We don't have
discussion?
to talk about that right now. We'll wait until the budget's done.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this,
We got
Plan for that later.
yeah.
Got
we-
too many meetings scheduled. So
Well,
we,
if the developer's not available next Tuesday, we'll talk about parks. Since I've got the date.
So show up regardless of what's, you'll have it advertised correctly,
I'll know
correct?
tomorrow if
You'll have
they're
it
available.
advertised.
So what was the date now? There was a new date here.
August 6th,
August 5th.
5th.
August 5th.
Monday the 5th.
All right.
That's for enterprise funds.
can you, send us out these
Yeah.
on the computer, please? Okay.
Okay, and I'm
You
sorry.
want to send it, you want to send it to you in the calendar form, like that's in the back here?
Yeah.
You have papers in that, in all those papers, you have, calendars
Calendars.
Oh, okay,
in those papers. You can use that packet however you choose to use it.
okay.
Well, Mayor, I would appreciate that.
Very bad.
I think it would help if Karen would send us out confirmation of the dates and times that we've chosen.
I can
Please,
use that as well.
yeah, please.
And,
Okay, and so we've got that, so you're good on workshop now, so then we've got, review and discussion strategic plan, I would suggest that we table that. So can I get a motion to table?
some of,
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Discussing that, is that something that we can, I hate to say the word workshop, but because I can tell you right now, looking at what we've established, we've accomplished, we
Yeah,
can check it off, but what are we,
Yeah.
you know,
I know, we
to
moved
see
it.
stuff that we can talk about.
This is something that Commissioner DeVito requested.
Well, it needs to be done,
Yes.
I agree with that. Well, I mean, I like, right now, we go through and check things off, but shouldn't we talk about like stuff to add to it? I mean, I wasn't here when you guys did the strategic plan, but was it,
Should, you wanna do a workshop on this?
but we can wait until after
We-
October 3rd.
Yeah,
Just get it on.
well, actually, Mayor, my thought is, it might be appropriate to discuss our strategic plan at one of our budget workshops. Because the budget should follow your
It should.
strategic plan. I mean, it might be a good opportunity to review it.
okay,
We might be able to fit it in on Monday.
fit it in,
This
see what
Monday.
you can fit in.
I mean, there's nothing that prevents us from discussing our strategic plan at any workshop.
Okay, so we have our city manager's report. Does
Yeah, I just want to
anybody have-
mention the partnership's talking about light up the week before Thanksgiving, lighting the park and the tree. My recommendation is either the 29th or the 6th. I wanted to get a consensus from you all to help inform them on that decision. They've got to put on the event. The parade is always the first Saturday, and as are the fireworks. I believe my recommendation would be that we take over the parade, the city handle that, staff, to conduct the parade. But what I want to kind of get a sense from you is a brief discussion, how you feel about when we turn on the lights in the park.
So they want to turn it on a whole week, the week before Thanksgiving, not after, not like that Friday or the Friday of
They want-
before.
I think it was the 23rd, wasn't it? The 23rd. I don't like doing Christmas stuff before Thanksgiving. I don't mind the day after Thanksgiving, but, so we did last year, kind of kicks off the season, Thanksgiving's done, and then it's Christmas.
But I don't think we need to wait till December. we to do it.
Yeah, but we waited until the first week in December, and then it's even shorter amount of time before the actual holiday.
But it worked well with right after Thanksgiving. It was very festive, it was a big event for, for everybody, with families and all.
Because it's supposed to be special. I mean,
Yeah, so it's not just,
so
so everybody's in the,
every day. But Mayor, could I just say something about the dates and whatnot? You said it was the partnership that was asking about the dates. There are a lot of different churches and whatever who customarily have all kinds of Christmas events and activities. So if we're talking about changing things around, I don't know to what extent the partnership has talked about this with whoever it is that has Christmas-related, sales, activities.
those are normally in December. They normally are as they get closer to Christmas where they have their Christmas events, like you have the tea. Don't you have the tea the same day usually as the fireworks, that first Saturday?
Okay, the events changed, so the day changed. I don't even know when the tea is scheduled.
Okay.
But the tea was adversely affected several years ago by some event or a date change. The tea has been adversely affected by what time the parade goes. So I don't know, I know the Episcopal Church has activities. I think it might be helpful to ask the different entities in town that have things planned. And I would like to know what they are before we start picking a date. So,
My thought was they're talking about moving it way up, and to me, before Thanksgiving, I imagine you all might, we sort of talked about that. It's too early, if somebody feels very strongly, like I do, that it's too early.
It also cuts off almost a week off of us working at night trying to
It's all
get
hanging
those lights
lights,
up,
yeah.
hanging those lights.
Just do it.
And it takes a good 2 months.
That's when they do it in Rockefeller Center, do it here. But they lighted up the Christmas tree and the day after Thanksgiving.
A lot of places do.
Just makes sense,
Yeah.
because that starts, yeah.
So you just tell them that you take that recommendation back to them? Is there anything else on there that you want to bring to our attention? We did get the $1 million, you confirm that?
We did get the $1 million
Fire
for the, fire ambulance. The way I did the appropriation was also, some law enforcement office space in there. The $1 million is enough, when we did the ambulance design, it was 900 and something thousand. So my thought was maybe as phase one, they had called us, said, can you do this in phases? And we said, yeah, I think so. So we could build the ambulance bay and the dorms, and there's a common room, I think for the $1 million. And then we asked again next year for $2 million, to see if we can either demolish or completely remodel, maybe strip it down to its skeleton and build a fire.
Did that design, wasn't it like a kind of a prefab building, like?
No, it's just very basic
Yeah.
building, wasn't
And where was it, it wasn't gonna go on the end of the building where that big oak tree is?
the back, well, clearly, we would make sure it
That's right.
clears the oak tree
Yeah.
for the new driveway to the ambulance.
Because it makes sense to get it done in phases, and that was gonna be,
The county gonna come on in.
yeah, and we get talking.
They verbally said they'll allow the ambulance to move here. So we'll house the ambulance and their crew.
That's good.
Yeah, and actually some of our firefighters could then sleep in the dorm. They don't need to
That's,
start volunteering.
that's important,
Yeah.
that's really.
Because right now,
important.
firefighters just only kind of have, they're stuck in that front room. And they're like,
Yes.
and they don't have, they can't even sleep, really. They were sleeping upstairs, but they're not allowed to do that.
Correct.
Do we have, is there anything else on your, that you want to bring to our attention?
None that I can think of right now.
Okay, Gullet.
You want them to come back next month and give us an update? When I reach out to them, they say, no, we need more time. I
This
say,
is
how much
going
time? We don't
on
know.
2.5 years now.
Yeah, they're
Gullet
kind of
title.
slow. They just keep dragging their feet. I told you that.
We did pour the sidewalk and the curb.
We did our
That was our
part.
obligation.
That was our
You
obligation.
just inquire again, like,
Yes.
sternly, like, we have the sheriff's department, we need to move in. I mean, they're kind of, you guys are, places where the school's not bad, you were just in the,
I just noticed that there's not been much activity there.
yeah, the new building.
Well,
They get a new roof, the new roof is on.
at the risk of being facetious, is that property still able to be used as a residence? I mean, we got people needing places to rent. I don't know.
I don't know, I don't know.
Maybe
I
it-
think they've already, just because that's how I go into our office, I think the whole thing is not remodeled.
Is it remodeled? I noticed
You can
that
see
one,
that
in that
window.
front window where Jay's office
Yeah.
used to be,
They've
that they've done
done
something in there.
Yeah, there was a,
On the
there was a
outside.
refrigerator.
So if it's just, they just need to pressure wash and paint, we'll pressure wash.
We don't have
The roof has been
Which is
redone.
nice, 'cause that
They
was-
have not done their parking, and we did meet our obligation with the sidewalk, so they've got to complete that, so they're gonna have to complete that. So with that, I'm, yes, sir.
I don't worry about it, I didn't see you in pressure washer.
So with that, can I get a motion to adjourn, please? Yeah, wait a second, wait a second.
I actually went to court today for the, that foreclosure case where we're just kind of like tag along.
On Main Street,
And it's probably gonna be, 2-3 years.
Okay.
It sounds like, the defendant's fighting it, so it's gonna be hanging around forever. The only other thing before I leave is, I haven't heard anything from Clarion's attorney.
I spoke,
Yeah.
this morning I met with
Charles
the
is.
finance company that took over Dade City when they fired Clarion. And I said, how was that? He said, we still haven't finished our 22 audit and haven't even started our 23 audit. It was such a mess.
Wow. Okay, so,
Yeah.
I mean,
So Clarion was a disaster for them as well. Maybe we can have them testify.
Bobby, before we adjourn, all of us,
here's,
I speak for you, I mean, we just wish you all success. We know you'll do an outstanding job, and,
don't forget about us.
you always have a home here in Crescent, City, and Charles might even have a shirt with a logo, just in case you need to be reminded where you came from.
He gave me one.
But anyway, we just wish you all the best, and thank you for all your help and assistance,
Yeah.
and what you've gotten us through.
Thank you. No, I can stay. I just have to commute.
So with that,
Don't be too
We're
hard
sorry,
on those.
we are working on it.
and I think that's a great opportunity too, to make a difference in people's lives, that, you know, you can turn them around. So do we have a motion? We have a second. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
I moved to.
He moved to dismiss.
I moved to the. Turn off.
I know, I still, I get, you're still.